Hey folks, this is your host NCommander, and hopefully everything is working for once. We'll see. So, we're here. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on a Saturday, and I am using this IBM Personal System 2 286 Model 30. And, I've got this system partially sorted out, but it still has a lot of things left I need to do with it. Hopefully the music isn't too bad. So let's see here. Let me note the timestamp down. Starting timestamp. I probably will install a 287. So there's a reason I have this system, and I will show you what it currently does when I turn it on. Let it shut down. So when I first got, so this system came from VCF East. I found it at consignment, and it came with both the Model M and the original CRT monitor. I'm not using the CRT because it's really hard to hook up. Well, I shouldn't say it's hard. It's annoying to hook up a VGA monitor with the scaler. This flat screen is actually hooked up with HDMI because the system goes into the scaler, and then I split the HDMI output coming out. No, this is actually not stretched. Because it's not 4:3 aspect ratio. The system is at 700 by, what is it? 400? It's the text mode one. So this is actually not stretched. Okay, let me lower the volume a little. I have to figure out what's going on with OBS because it keeps losing my scenes. So obviously, the biggest thing to take away here is we only have half a megabyte of memory. And I will show you where the other half of the memory went. Let's see here. Let's switch the view. We switch to... It was sitting right here on the desk. Oh, here it is. I moved to the table. Here's the other bit of it. I had a 201 error with this machine when I got it. Dead memory. And this is not standard 30-pin. This is the PS2 proprietary stuff. So, you can actually see the monitor really clearly from this aspect ratio. I've been fiddling with it all week. So, so we don't even have full conventional memory. To say there's not a lot on this system is putting it mildly. The one advantage is the EDSI hard drive ESDI, Enhanced Small Disk Interface, still works, which by itself, these drives are unobtainium. They were only ever they are proprietary. They're not IDE. They're not ST506. There is no emulator. It is a really horrible hard drive, as we will see. But hey, Matt. Wow, Max Shack. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. So yeah. The music right now it's from StreamBeats. I always use StreamBeats for my live stream because it's really annoying to download you can use the YouTube library on streams, but it's really hard. So when I got this system, it was sold and working. The label's actually still here on the case. And I'm actually going to switch the view to camera only until we actually start doing things. Yeah, there we go. So, if you're a Patreon, you saw the full startup, that it does actually work, and I posted a short on the main channel. The problem with the system is because, you know, the reason I have this system is the aid with the OS2 research. This was actually IBM's entry-level OS2 system. With 4 megabytes of memory, this will run OS2 1.0 to 1.3. It has a 10 megahertz 286. You know, actually, it should be able to start OS2 1.0 extended. That's what I have here. Let's try it. Let's actually see if the install disk will boot. I've actually never tried this. I've tried it on real hardware and I never succeeded. Because the IBM one, so here we go. Extended edition. I actually want to see if this will work. Like I said, like, we tested it. Like, I don't think it's going to work with, because we have, like, no memory. So let me write the timestamp down. OS2 start test. Alright, I am curious. So the goal of the stream is to run a full CheckIt and Diagnostic. Just before the stream started, like, I got the Amazon delivered notification. We have everything to replace the Dallas chip here, because I have these glitchwork boards, so we will be able to switch that out. It is actually there. It's actually trying to boot. I have never seen this. I have never seen... I don't know if the mic picked that up. All that beeping. Well, it tried to start IBM OS2. Brian, IBM did not use RLL. No, I just moved it to run it to be in the evening. We just started. Like, we'll probably go for a few hours. Yeah, so... Oh, you know what that is? That's ABIOS. That is actually ABIOS. That was the 32-bit, the protected mode BIOS interface that IBM never documented. Yep. Okay. All right, so let's let that restart, because so when I got this system, I don't know the full history, but I'll show you what was on the hard drive, because there's nothing here. And once we actually get in, it's bad RAM. This system got a bath. So, and I've moved all the SIMs around, so I know it's a dead chip. Even if it was a working chip, putting 4 megabytes of memory in this system is quite difficult. Okay, so let me load up, and you look how long it takes for DAW's shell to load. Like, this is not a fast hard drive. So, the system as I got it had IBM DAWS 5 on it. Interestingly, there are some differences from Microsoft DAWS 5, which I never noticed because I've never used this version before. But the only thing that was on the drive was DAWS and some SIS game and some like random utilities. From the dates that I'm seeing here, like I see Autoback Exec was edited in 2008. I'm guessing someone bought this computer in the mid-2000s for vintage gaming, and then probably used it once or twice, and then it sat on a shelf until I bought it. So, yeah. IBM had a defined 286 protected mode interface called ABIOS, but it was under the same stuff that they did with microchannel. This is not a microchannel machine. This is an ISA-based machine. It's why I prefer this over a 55S SX, because the 55SX would have been microchannel, been very hard to find parts for it. So I made a lot of disks. I have a network card in here, but I have not tried to use it. I want to run some diagnostics, because I want to know if this system is actually in fairly good health. So I also wrote the official IBM diagnostics disk, but I'm not quite ready to use that one because the Dallas chip, without the Dallas chip on this system, it's going to fail. A standard running CheckIt. CheckIt's about the only thing that will run as well as Top Bench. Mike, I tried all 4 sockets moving the stick around. The problem followed the memory stick, not the socket. So I am almost certain it's a stick issue. Like, the problem was moving as I rearranged the memory, and I tested all 4 sockets. The problem is that taking this system has an architectural maximum of 12.5 megabytes. And this is one of the few times you'll see this. So this is IBM DAWs 5 because I formatted this floppy on this machine. Notice that the A prompt doesn't have a prompt. IBM disks, IBM DAWs was always like that. The Microsoft one wasn't. So we've got a couple of utilities on here. Let's run Top Bench first because this will tell us how fast the system actually is, and it's not fast. You can hear it. I did want to dump out the hard drive, but I didn't have enough time to set up my ThinkPad to use as a tender. Basically as a removable drive over Interlink, so I don't know if we're going to do that tonight. I don't know if there's anything worth saving. Wow, that is slow. I've never seen this list take this long to load. Okay. Okay, let's see what this is. So, well, it's exactly what it says it is. It's an IBM PS2 Model 30. Score is 16. Yeah, it's not an impressive system. These are really popular with education and corporate. They did not do well in home. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the speed difference, the 286 and the 386 actually doesn't have a lot of speed difference. The difference between the two is you can use 32-bit mode and paging and a few other things. So, what utility should we run first, chat? I guess we could. Let's run SYSINFO. Let's learn what this system actually has, because I haven't done this yet. I saved this to do this live. I did put Norton Diagnostics on this disk, but it won't load without full conventional memory, apparently. Like, it just errors out. So, SYSINFO works, though. And SYSINFO will tell us a fair bit. Okay, turn my volume up. Yeah, I can turn my volume up. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see that. Alright, how's that sound? Okay. So, here we have... So, interestingly, SYSINFO can identify the exact model. The built-in BIOS is from August 25th, 1988. It's actually only a few months older than I am. I don't have a CoPro in this, and I don't have a mouse hooked up. Obviously, I've got the Model M right here. Let's see what else. So, the big thing about this era of system, 286s are notoriously quirky systems. It was right in that really painful point of what is PC compatibility. So the PS2 line was the first to have VGA. It was the last video standard from IBM that got wildly adopted. So that's nice, because dealing with EGA would have been annoying. Okay, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting this hooked up to my RS6000 and, like, doing the whole thing. So let's see what else. So, yeah, so there's nothing super unique here. Software interrupts. Yeah, so this is what I was expecting. CMOS battery lost power, CMOS time invalid, configured memory mismatch, checksum error. Actually, we should resolve that. So we're going to have to replace the Dallas chip, but if I run, here it is, the startup disk. So the trick with these, as long as you don't turn off system power, it should retain the settings. Like if I just use Alt Control Delete. So let's run the startup disk before we run the diagnostics. And hopefully I'll be okay. So IBM Personal System 2 model for... This is not a reference disk, for those who are wondering. Startup disks were on the ISA-based ones. Yeah, okay. So now it's running those diagnostics. It's going to run autoconfig. Plug and play. Okay. That's going to run the automatic config. It's going to reboot. Now I should only have one error. .616 is clock not set. 613 is system configuration. It's not done. It may not let me save settings. That's a little annoying. Let's see here. Let's see what happens after it runs. Yeah, it's not actually problem with non-volatile memory. Okay, well that's... We'll have to replace the Dallas chip. Alright, so we'll do that after running CheckIt. I also have to still run SCANDISK on this system. Like, I haven't even done that yet. Okay. Yeah, I want to see... The reason I bought this system... Because the 286 is not actually all that interesting by itself. I want to understand what the 286 did to OS2. Was the 286 a bad product, or was it just not on the market long enough as is? Like, there's a lot here that pretty much is just, I don't want to say wrong, but I mean, even with the first OS2 research stream, plus all the stuff I've done on my own that hasn't been on camera, I know that the conventional logic about OS2 is wrong. But to actually prove that it is wrong, I have to get period correct hardware, and thus the Model 30 is here. I may replace the hard drive on this. I honestly may put a SCSI drive in. I've got a 16-bit Adaptec card from the right era, and it would be a massive upgrade in this system. But this was also what IBM was selling. As long as you've got enough memory in here, it should run. It may not even be all that bad. So let's just run all SYSINFO since we can't run the startup disk right now. Okay, so lost power. Interestingly, that actually changed something. You notice that it says CMOS battery lost power, CMOS time invalid. It now says fixed disk controller okay, configured memory correct. And I don't know if it changed the type. Let's see here. So disk characteristics. Yeah, that all looks good. That all looks good. Like, this machine will run Xenix, which is one of the things I want to run on it. And yeah, that's exactly what I expect the benchmark to be. This computer is a 10 megahertz 286, which means it's going to be just slightly faster than an IBM AT running at 8 megahertz. And it is possible to swap the 286, but IBM was selling server-grade systems with this processor. Like, the Model 80 came with this one standard, the 286 at 10 megahertz. Like, all right, this is going to be painful. Let's let it run the disk benchmark. Like, I should dump this disk, but I also don't care. The most pain to run on this 286, I'm going to say it's probably Xenix. It's either going to be Xenix or NetWare, and we will probably end up running both. Wow. I knew this hard drive was terrible, but that is terrible. This hard drive is actually slower than an IBM AT. That is pathetic. I probably should run SPINRite on this drive. I'd have to buy it. It is actually still sold. I'd actually have to buy SPINRite, but that will take days. So we're not going to run... Okay. So, yeah. So this is basically an AT, but better, slightly. Like, it's not a particularly impressive computer. Maybe I'm thinking Model 60. I mean, IBM... Yeah. Compaq destroyed IBM. Like, the only reason IBM stayed relevant was because of the corporate market. So I think... So now we know how slow is slow. let's actually run CheckIt. Let's see here. Actually, give me a moment. Let me do one thing. I will be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right. Let's see here. So yeah, CheckIt. It's probably one of the CheckIt's usually used with more 8088s. Like I prefer Norton Diagnostics, but I think Diagnostics may need a 386. Yep. I actually took that picture myself. Both the sun picture and the AFK one, as well as the picture of the radios on my desk. I am a pretty decent photographer. Like, before I did YouTube, well, that's cut off a little bit. Right, I'm not going to worry about that because it's almost certainly the scaler being the scaler. Alright. So, checking for remote... I guess remote operation would be running over the network. Let's see what... let's see. Let's let it run... everything. Yeah, so it is a little cut off. I think that's the skit. Hold on. Let me get on the scaler. The scaler is annoying to adjust. I move. No, it is actually cut off. Like, it's not even getting that signal. All right, let me put this back to 0. Oh, sorry. I think it was on 0. You can tell I have not used this system a whole lot. All right, so let's see what SYSINFO what CheckIt has to say about this system. Thank you, H. Michael Crot. Okay, for the $20 super chat. Yeah, I'm starting to, okay, so apparently I don't have that overlay, or I forgot to copy a file. Are you really did I really forget a diagnostic utility here? I may have forgot one, because CheckIt normally comes on 5¼ discs, so I copied it all to a 3½ with a bunch of other things. Yeah, like, I don't normally like streaming at night because there's not that many people. It's in Exteron something. Like, if you look at the VOD, you'll be able to see it. All right, test everything. Please tell me this doesn't need the overlay. No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's run the memory test. I mean, I could put the dead memory stick back in, but it's not gonna make, like, it's a dead memory stick. If setup is saying it's dead, it's dead. Alright, so this is gonna tell me how good the rest of the system is. My goal is, with this system, I want this to be the quintessential corporate IBM workstation. So we're going to have OS 2 on it, 4 megabytes of RAM, and a network card of some type. Now, if I wanted to be period correct, it would be token ring. Unfortunately, token rings, I actually have enough token ring hardware that I could do something with it. I actually have both a 16-bit ISA token ring card and an ESA one, so I could network this over token ring with the 486. And I honestly might end up doing that, but the problem is that would eat my entire table and then some. So, yep. Well, I didn't want to just do a research stream in the dead, like, I don't want to say prime, like in the middle of the night. Although I honestly didn't expect to get up to 80 viewers. Like the reason, like I'm trying to basically go full time with content creation. Okay, so this is going to run a full hard drive test. We might be here for a while. Oh, that's not a good sign. That's reporting errors. That may be bad sectors. Yeah, I think this drive is going. We're going to run SCANDISK after CheckIt is done. I will probably have to spin write this drive. Yeah, that's a lot of bad. That's a good number of bad sectors. I actually do have the low-level formatting utility. It's on the Advanced Diagnostics disk. I just didn't want to do anything with the hard drive until I actually... Let's see here. Yeah, this system has... Well, that tells me we need to potentially do something. Okay. What I may do is I have the 250 megabyte SCSI hard drive that I pulled out of the next station. We could put it in this system if I can just figure out how to power it. Like, the only problem with putting a SCSI hard drive in this system is I have to pull up 5 volts from somewhere. There's no Molex connectors in here. It's all IBM proprietary shit. I could also put a compact flash card in, and I might do that. Like, we'll see if we can salvage this hard drive. It's questionable. Like, a low-level format might bring it back. But these were cheap hard drives. Actually, I should note the time here. Okay. 17:47. End of discussion relating to CheckIt. So, I have sleep issue. Like, I have a sleep disorder. Like, I've been diagnosed multiple times. So, I didn't want to do the OS2 stream in the middle of the night. And... at least middle of the night for most of the English-speaking world, because my goal, like, I just recently incorporated, and patrons are going to get a more in-depth post sometime. I want to get it out by the end of January, but it's, time is not good. Yeah. It is doing a lot of seeking. So... I wouldn't use an XT. So XT IDEs are not actually IDE compatible. I was going to do a video about this, but it never happened. You should never use an XT IDE on a 16-bit or higher system. You should only ever use them on an 8088. I don't like LGR. Has the panel mount CF card. Like, if you have IDE or you can add it with a 16-bit card, add IDE. Only the XT IDE, you'll lose too much performance. Like, the XT IDE will be slower than this hard drive. Yeah, it was a pretty, we now have, it's now an LLC because a lot of it is I want to do a fair bit more preservation work, like, so, I don't know how much demand there is, but I have gotten emails of people asking me how to recover X, Y, and Z, or how to port this towards the future, and before my health got really crappy, I used to do consulting. I'm actually still set up to do it, but now, I rather keep this separate from my old consulting. So, you know, form the LLC, and then start doing things forward. Because if I can make the channel be a lot about like the actual process of preservation, like that was one of the big things that I learned after pinball is documenting the history of pinball and what is actually, you know, what was essentially a minor mystery, and using it to write, make a really awesome video about Itanium was like, I want to be able to do stuff like that more often. Like I was very happy with AIX Doom in many ways, but I also felt that the production, you know, the amount of time I put making the video versus the amount of time, it took, you know, like I feel like the payoff, the amount of time I put in was a little bit excessive, but an hour and 10-minute documentary about making Doom run on AIX was awesome. And I'm hoping we will have something like that at the end of the OS2 journey, because currently the next research stream is going to cover Presentation Manager, and that one's still going to be on emulator. I am going to need a lot more parts before this is going to run OS2, but it will. The problem is I have to find some things that are unobtainium, or I'm going to have to take a soldering iron to some sims. Yeah. My current, you know what, I might see what a SCSI to SD will run me, because if I put the 16-bit SCSI card in the system, I'll have the internal header. I might, as long as it doesn't need Molex power, I might just be able to run that, and it won't be perfect, but it won't be the end of the world. But I want to see if we can bring this hard drive back, because this hard drive is uniquely terrible, and I like my systems being uniquely terrible. Yep. Yeah, these are not rare systems. The problem is that when they fail, they're really hard to get parts for, and yeah, this hard drive is... This is a good stress test, because this is going to get the motor bearing moving. The BIOS on this system should already be dumped. Like, you shouldn't need me to do it. It's on this system, it's on an EEPROM, but I don't actually have the hardware to do it. Yep. This is a Model 33 286. It's a 16-bit ISA system. I will probably, and I was like, I don't, like, this is going to be, I'm regretting my life decisions moment. I will probably pick up a microchannel system. Microchannel doesn't super tie into the OS2 story, but it does explain a lot of why like what IBM's mindset was in this era. And I've actually never used a microchannel system. Like, I've never owned one. I probably used one as a kid, but they were not common. And the problem is that a microchannel Ethernet card might be a bit hard to come by, and I like to have my systems networked. Yes. Well, I'm going to see if the hard drive comes back, because I have occasionally... I have actually brought MFM drives back before. A low-level format and SpinRite can do it, but I don't have a copy of SpinRite anymore. There was one at like a job I had at one point. Like, I've seen SpinRite do it. The problem is SpinRite will run for days. And because these hard drives are proprietary, I would want to spend the time letting it try and recover it, because until I can sort the memory out, I'm not going to be able to use the system for anything productive. Now, the memory I might have fixed sooner rather than later, though. While these are proprietary 30-pin SIMs, all IBM did was change the pinout, and it is known how to cut the traces on the SIMs and resolder them. So I should be able to put 4 megabytes of memory in this system with only some difficulty. Like, this is not going to be a fun process, but I could probably do it over a weekend. So, yes. Yeah, we'll see how bad this actually is. Like, You know, the problem is it's not getting consistent errors, which might mean that the other possibility is the capacitors on the hard drive have failed. I have heard that, yeah, we're gonna, I'm gonna, before we do a low-level format, I want to SCANDISK this drive. I want to see if the errors are consistent, because that is not a happy hard drive. Okay. Put a floppy disk. I don't know if this will override it. You can have this disk. This disk is a little dusty. What was on this disk? Like, you know what? We can just do the read test, and you know we'll skip. We'll come back for this. We're gonna have to rerun CheckIt anyway, so let's let it run the read test. Could be a bad disk. Although I heard this disk seeking pretty heavily last time I looked. So, yeah, this is having some issues. This is going about as... I might break down and put a GoTech in this system. Like, with the amount of disk swapping I have in my future, this is actually a pretty good candidate for a GoTech. Alright. It's gonna want the... So now it's running the CPU tests. So this is all good. Yeah, as long as all these pass, we can probably recover the rest of it. So the real-time clock circuitry is working. It's just, like I said, dead battery. Okay, no, we don't have this. Okay, COM port checks out. It's running the loopback test. So that's all happy. Alright, so I think that's as much as CheckIt as we can run, because I don't have that one file. I think I want to run SCANDISK. Like, I want to see how bad this actually is. So let me put this MS-DOS disk in. Give this the free finger salute. Well, there's quite a few things that might be needed. Like, I don't know what the interleave on this drive should be. Like, I probably need to run Norton utilities calibrate on. I could actually put that on a disk. Like, calibrate was what. So the person that made SpinRite, what's his name? Steve. It's the company's name is GCR. I think it's Steve Gibson. I want to say his name is. He alleges that Symantec stole either reverse engineer or stole code from SpinRite. I don't know if it's true or not. Like, I only know the claim. I've not even looked into it. So, I do know that Norton Utilities has a calibrate utility that can change the interleave factor of a hard drive. I can even tell you what the best interleave factor may be. So this... Okay, so let's run a surface scan. Let's see what it looks like. So there are some bad sectors. We knew there was bad sectors here. I don't know if CheckIt marked sectors as bad as it was running them. I actually have a Mac Plus that we're going to do something. Oh. That's a bad sector. Okay. Yep, I can hear the drive seeking. Should give me the option to mark this sector as bad in a moment. I could run a... If I run a format, it would also test all sectors and mark, but I don't really want to nuke this drive just yet. Yep, there it goes. Some data is... Okay, QBasic help file. Yeah, okay, so we don't care. Like, again, there's nothing on this drive I actually care about. Yeah. Well, this is the question is not that there's bad sectors. The question is how many have failed. Like, we know from CheckIt that there's bad sectors that are not marked in the file system, which is a bad sign. The question, the reason we're running SCANDISK is we're going to see how many sectors it's going to mark bad, and we're going to see if that number of sectors stays consistently bad across multiple runs. Yeah, there's more bad sectors on this. Like, I can hear it. It's not happy. Yeah, at least the the onboard video is VGA. That is not a big deal. Some of the earlier PS2s were MCGA, but that was before VGA was even a standard. It was like a middle ground between EGA and CGA. So I really don't give IBM flack for MCGA, although I've never seen it in person. I know some of the... I think the PS2 Model 25... Yeah, don't fix it. Oh. That was smart. The SCANDISK have a way to automatically just repair all. I don't think it does, but maybe. Here it is. SCANDISK auto fix surface. Hold on. Give me a moment. Yeah. I don't know why the picture is not off center like that. Like, I'm gonna have to look at the scaler a little bit more closely, but I also don't know how much I'm that worried about. So we're just gonna let it run this entire scan. It's gonna take a while. So Chad, how are you all doing? Yeah, I might pick up a few more IBMs. Like, so currently in the storage room, which is really just the other room in my apartment, I've got two 8088s. I've got the compact portable. I've done videos on that. Someone donated, so I picked up an Atari ST, which the system works, but the floppy drive has shot, and I just haven't had the effort or energy to deal with it as of yet. So, but they threw in an 8088 laptop, which I want to take a look at. I've got the K Pro. I don't know if I'll ever do anything with that. Like, I gotta find something to do with that K Pro, but I can't hook it up to external video. So if I really want to do something with CPM, I'm better off with my 128. The 128 I've shown on camera, but I don't have 2 disk drives for it, so doing anything with CPM sucks. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Jaybird1185. And yeah, I had these are fun nights. Like, I made the decision in December that I was going to try and stream every week in December, and I won't be able to do this indefinitely, but I might as well see how many streams I can pull off in a month like this, because a lot of yeah, just skip undo. I really hope it doesn't ask me for that for every single one. Yeah, that hard drive is not happy. I don't know when I'm gonna pull the Ultra 1 out again. Sorry, the Ultra 10. Like, the Ultra 1, I have the Ultra 1, which I'm probably gonna get rid of. Like, I don't use that system. I got it working, but it's got enough issues with it that it's like, I just do not care. And the Ultra 10 is an upgrade in every metric, except for the fact that the Ultra 10 doesn't have SCSI. But I could put a SCSI card in it. Like, I don't care that much. Okay, you want my camera full screen? Yeah, I can do that. The lighting in here tonight is not super good. I gotta do some work around the apartment, doing additional cleanup, fix-up sort of things. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so the piece, so I have the IBM Model M keyboard right here. I've got you got the base unit. I have the faceplates off it. I actually, you know, chat, maybe you can give me a bit of a word of advice here. So the floppy disk faceplate did not come off nicely. You can see it here. It didn't come off completely, but I snapped this. So I don't know how to fix it. Like, can I just glue it? Like, I should probably put something on VCF and ask. Someone has to know. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do video editing in real time. I can't skip ahead to the end of the diagnostic test. So, I mean, it's not feeling a whole... Like, I think some sectors have just gone bad over the years. And I think if we low-level format this drive, it will come back. I would like to save the files and data, though, if I can. I'm also kind of curious what happens if I run my disk dump utility on that, although I probably shouldn't have run SCANDISK if I was going to do that. Oh, well. I will find out a different day. Unfortunately, I'm not Doc Brown. I haven't invented the flux capacitor. Yep. Oh, it's found more bad cylinders, so it's definitely having a moment. Actually, while this is going, let me see if I can get that missing file for CheckIt. Problem is, I don't even remember where I copied it from. Like, I did this a few nights ago, so... Okay. I am probably... there's two options that I could use. I could use a 16-bit IDE ISA card, and I could use a compact flash to IDE adapter. Or I could use a SCSI card and get very much the same effect. In either case, I'm also going to have to run the XT IDE Universal BIOS, probably. So the biggest problem is I'm going to have to find where I could pull up 5 volts. sorry, the 5 and 12 volt rails. I probably can get them off the card edge connector, but I'm going to have to get a little creative on how to do that. The floppy drive you can get pre-made. I think it's 44 pin PS2 to the standard 40 and 4 adapters. So putting a GoTech in here will be easy. Oh, this box. This is my this is OS2. This is my actual copy of OS2 1.0. Because we did try it. Yep. So there's that. And I really gotta replace this chair. Hard drive's making a lot of noises. Major Yoshi, let's see. Your tech tangents, but super glue and baking soda to rebuild that clip. I don't think I've seen that tech tangents video. Like, I watch tech tangents, but I don't watch. I've never binge watched his channel. It's like he's got a lot of good information, but a lot of it I just don't like. It just doesn't engage me like some other creators do. Like, he's very good at what he does, though. So I don't think I've seen that one. Like, I watched the tech tangents where he, let's see here. Like, I actually remember him on Durango 1 when he did the NT server as a guest star. He did the first CD-ROM interface reverse engineering, which, like, props. So we've got 4 bad sectors thus far. Okay. Yeah. Well, 95 won't install. Well, what did you try and put install 95 on it? 95 needs a 386. It might even need a DX. I don't actually know if it will install on an SX, but it needs a 386 stepping 2B or later absolute minimum. Oh, incidentally, I now have 64 megabytes of memory in the 486. We are going to try Windows Millennium Edition on it. I'm saving that one for a special day. Like, that, there's no historical value in knowing if Millennium Edition will run on the cursed 486. I just want to do it for the sake of doing it. So I'm going to wait for a special day, and it'll probably be a charity stream when we do it. But I do have the parts in it. The memory has been upgraded. It takes about a minute and a half to run its memory test now. It's actually going to be as bad as this when I finally have the memory in it. It will install on a 386 SX. I didn't actually know that. I was curious if it would need a DX. Yep. Yeah, I'll take a look at that and see what he has to say. I'm not going to put the faceplates back on this system until it's time to, like, film an actual documentary. And if I put a GoTech in here, then I probably just won't even bother, because I probably won't be able to mount a GoTech properly in this space. Like, it's going to be held in there with tape. You know, it reminds me right now that SCANDISK was not something that was built into the base system until when did SCANDISK come out? SCANDISK was first added in DOS 6, which I want to say was 93. So this was very much the era of, I guess, Norton Disk Doctor was really what the utility that would get used in this time what it was. I probably need to recap the scaler. Like, I suspect the noise is coming from capacitors inside the scaler. That is going to suck. Like, that is going to be a really... Like, I don't like doing soldering work. Yeah. Caput 10? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. this is going to run all versions of OS2. Like, we already did an entire stream of 1.0, and personally, I actually think Presentation Manager is part of the reason why OS2 failed. But I want to run it on real hardware if I can before I make that call definitively. Like, the stream is actually the syllabus or the to-do for the next research stream has actually been ran up for like the last 4 days. It's just waiting for me to be awake during the sun for me to actually do it. So I'm keeping myself busy with other tasks because I'm not exactly dealing with a time sensitivity issue on this one. Although, considering that we're at 100 concurrent viewers, I could have probably done it tonight and it wouldn't have mattered. So, you know what? I think it's really only the weekday streams that I don't get any. Although, the only other late night stream I've ever done was the NetHack stream. Like, the NetHack stream, I really still want to grind out that Ascension. Like, just for the sake of doing it. I would do a full-length video on it. But I have to do it. Okay, we're up to 7 bad sectors found, or clusters. I don't remember how SCANDISK marks bads, but... Okay. It's going to be a really cool time-lapse when it's all said and done. So, okay. How do I fill up more dead air? So, I don't know. So, yeah, so the next video I want to do is Presentation Manager. And then, alright, I can do that. I can say hi to Christina, who, is doing a task, laundry, that I really have to do. I have a really crappy landlord. Like, the washer dryer in my building has been smashed up for about 6 to 8 months. I don't know what happened. I just went downstairs one day and the door was no longer attached to the machines, like both of them. So, because it's 2 washer dryer combos in the basement of my building. So I've been going to the laundromat for the last 6 months, and I have learned a lot about, and there's some other stuff about laundromats that I will talk about at some point in the future. That's not going to be a tonight thing. So I've basically been going back and forth, dealing with my laundry. And, yeah, we've actually been doing a lot of research about, one of the regular contributors in my Discord, I don't actually want to say the name because I don't think I'm going to get right off the top of my head. It's one of 2 people that use Doctor in their name. They've written an entire utility that can basically read all the headers from new executables. Yep. Darian, why do I have to get out of New Jersey, New York? I was born here. Like, this is my hometown. New York City. I was born in New York City, but I grew up in Westchester. Like, I don't... Tell me why I have to get out of here. Like, please. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I don't know if the chat latency has come up, but, you know, whenever I hear people say, oh, you've got to get out of X, Y, and Z, it's like, why? I literally played tourist in Iraq. Like, I paid to my landlords. It's more expensive to do it at a laundromat, but it's also more convenient because there's more machines. No, I shouldn't say more convenient. It is faster because there's more machines. So, yeah, the biggest problem is that the one 24-hour laundromat that's near me stopped being a 24-hour one during the pandemic and has not gone back, which really irritates me. So now I have to do laundry during the very few daylight hours I actually have because, yay, fucking chronic health issues. The only plus side is I work from home. I can go quite a long period. It was Shuppet. It was Shuppet. Like, they were both Dr. S, and it's like, I don't want to attribute this to the wrong person. Like, I would feel so bad for doing so. Yep. Yeah. I love, you know, I have done the 2 a.m. When you bike tour, like, I have an entire article on this in my travel journal. You know, we're killing time. I might as well pull it up. When I did my first bike tour, which was the one that which was the one that got canceled because of the pandemic. I think I was on, what was it, day 8? It was either day 7 or day 8. Just outside of Tallahassee. Let's see here. I'm actually looking at my journal here because I could post the YouTube video. I basically found a laundromat having been in the Florida sun for 6 days on a bicycle. And what I will say is that it was absolutely, you know, being able to have clean clothes after 6 days of muck and humidity is the greatest feeling in the absolute world. And that was true when I did my first 2 bike tours as well. But in Florida, it was just an especially incredibly degree of humid. So, yeah. Okay. Alright, still going. And we've also been doing a lot of research into multi-user DAWs 4. That one is going to be a little bit of a challenge because there's no software to demonstrate the multitasking. Like, we haven't found anything. We have gotten the compiler sort of sorted, so I probably will be able to do something with it. But I'll be doing that on an 8088. I won't do that on a 286. Like, I want to show that running in real mode. Yep. Yeah, the New York metro area is absurdly expensive. I dislike Long Island, because I feel like you really get isolated out there, but a lot of, I mean, Long Island by itself has it's like, if it was its own country, I think it'd be like the 35th most populous country. Like, it's very high density for what it is. So, I mean, the summers are getting worse and worse statistically. Like, you don't even have to say it feels like it's worse. It is actually worse. You honestly, it's very hard to describe, to be perfectly honest. The first 2 or 3 bike tours, I was doing a lot to try and hold on to what little life I had at the time. I got into bike touring, so let me give a little context here. I knew how to ride a bike from when I was a kid. Like, my parents made sure I knew that. After I left Oregon, I moved to Alaska. And I didn't go to Alaska with a car. I literally went with one backpack. And I ended up renting a room in a house. It was probably like an Airbnb sort of situation, except I found it on Craigslist. And I was living next to this guy who was also in the house, who had an insane weight set. Like, it's the thing I remember about. Like, I don't even remember his name. I remember the weight set. And basically, he challenged me to go actually buy a bike, because I had mentioned it in passing. So I went to the REI in Anchorage, and I bought a Cannondale Trail 7 29er, and I really fell in love with biking, because I didn't have a car until I left Alaska. I actually bought my RAV4 in Alaska to move back to the lower 48, because I wanted to take the bicycle with me. I was going to need a car anyway. I had already driven to and from Alaska. This was like I went to Alaska and I came back with a RAV4. So, so that's basically, I just realized I forgot to put the stream announcement in Discord. Can one of the mods please do that for me and just post the link in content, because I completely forgot to do that. Hey, all right, so anyway, obviously, when you're riding a bike, half the time you're just trying not to die if you're riding in traffic, which I usually am. Like, if you've watched my Restless Yankee videos, you'll know that when I'm touring, I'm usually in the shoulder of a road. Like, I'm not on dedicated bike trails. So, where was I going with this? So, you do spend a lot of time being philosophical. And what I did on both the Boston tour and on the attempted cross-country tour, oh, not a bad sector, is I had my GoPro on the helmet, and whenever I had moments of inspiration, more or less, I should probably... Like, I should have actually known the time down of when we started the check disk. You know what? Here's what I can do. I can put, like, NCommander story time is here. And I'll put it... talking about biking. And SCANDISK. Like, this has got to be the only place where vintage computing and bicycling intermix. So... You do spend a lot of time in the absolute middle of nowhere. Like, I have been to ghost towns on foot, and I've left on foot. Like, when you are driving, you don't notice it, but when you're on a bike, you can really see where communities used to be, where buildings were. Like, one of the parts I remember is I was in the town of Halfthorne, Florida, and we were continuing on, I don't want to say it was Greensboro. What was the next time? Gainsborough. It was about 13 miles ahead of me, and I was on it was one of the few times the reason I remember this is I was on a bike trail. It's one of the few times I was actually on a trail on this ride, because it was a converted rails to trails project. So there had been a rail line there. It was torn up. It's now a bike trail that was used to transport Florida oranges to the national network so they could be moved anywhere else in the country. And it's like, that is a really cool bit of history that you would not know unless you were either a local or you were traveling on foot or bike. Yeah, so SCANDISK started about 20 minutes ago. So I'll put SCANDISK started here, kinda. So what I'll do is I'll get comments to correct the timestamps. As long as I have them there to some degree, it's like... I might even put a wiki page on this one, like... mostly just so I remember what I've done. So, need to check EDSI drive and blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a moment. I'm just going to mute the mic. I'll leave the screen up. All right, and I'm back, and I have a fresh pitcher of iced tea. One of my New Year's resolutions was to try and cut back, not actually give it up, but actually cut back on the amount of Diet Coke I'm drinking. So, iced tea. Like, I don't know, like, I've been going through a lot of life changes for the last... Yeah, the mic is actually working. Let's just make sure here. Like, I've been going through a lot of major life changes over the last year, and I will talk about them and document them as we get further ahead. But one of the big things I've been doing is I've really been... I don't want to say, you know, a lot of it is just sitting down, figuring out how to do my books. Like, when I was a sole proprietorship as a contractor, my books were really simple. Like, I had to do invoicing, but it really didn't matter how well I tracked them. As long as I tracked my expenses and the money coming in, it didn't really matter because it was just me. But as an LLC, I have to have a much higher level of separation. It's what's called commingling, and so it's annoying, but it has to be done. So I spent a lot of times, like, Inunit, the people that made Quicken and make QuickBooks and TurboTax has gone a fair bit of money out of me as of late, but I'm making decent progress on getting that all sorted out. So, like, I have to go into Manhattan sometime in the next week because I gotta do more business stuff. I did get all the problems with the flipping LLC sorted. That was really irritating. But I now have the account set up. Yeah, this is a 16-bit ISO one. If I can get a microchannel one, I will use it. But microchannel-based systems have so many quirks to them that I really don't want to go down that road yet. I am probably going to have to recap this system. Like, I probably need to recap the hard drive. Like, I can see two electrolytics on the drive chassis. I do believe there are microchannel 286s. I'm not entirely... Actually, I will look that up. I believe there were microchannel 286s, though. Let's see here. Microchannel... Yeah, it looks like... I guess there were some? I didn't actually know. So, MCA cards, MCA is not standard. Like, MCA cards MCA was only ever popular in corporate, and even then it wasn't that popular. So, you can't find things like a Sound Blaster or an Adlib, the original ones anyway. It's never clear if the Adlib Gold microchannel even shipped. The base one is rare enough that they go for a few $1,000s when they pop up. There was a microchannel version of the Sound Blaster, the Sound Blaster MVC. Tube Time has, I believe with other people, but I know Tube Time has reverse engineered the Sound Blaster to make the Snark Barker, and then I believe with help he also brought it to microchannel, although I'm not completely sure on the details of that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that microchannel actually isn't all that bad compared to ISA of the system. Like, this system still needs a startup disk. IBM did not get away from, like, not requiring a setup disk until, I want to say until Value Point and Activa. Like, the PS2 line either required a startup disk or a reference disk. Yep. I don't remember the modem blaster. So 17 bad sectors. I mean, this drive, the trick here is how bad is this drive going to look on the second scan disk? And then I think we're going to low-level format the drive. I don't know if the microphone can pick up the, I can't really get the mic all that much closer if it can hear the seeking sounds. MCA is semi-self-configuring. There's no jumpers normally. There is one exception to that rule. But you put the card in, you put the reference disk in on system startup, and it will do the rest. The exception here is that it is actually, the problem is that the reference files, or what's known as ADFs, get stored to invisible partition on the hard drive. So if you ever replaced a hard drive, you've got a problem. And that obviously doesn't work with diskless MCA systems. And that was actually a thing IBM supported. I don't know how commonly those were. So there's an utterly insane way that you can use a single jumpered network card on an MCA system to load reference files over a network over IPX. And this is, in fact, documented by IBM. Yeah. Yeah. I thought the reference partition was always there. Like, I thought it had to be there architecturally for MCA. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, because, like I said, I've never looked at an MCA system in depth. I thought the system planner got stored in non-volatile memory, but I thought if you had any expansion cards, you still needed the ADF on the system drive. No, that one, no, it's not Ripple for a reference disk. It's different than that. The way it works is there's a specific IPX seek for microchannel configuration. Like, I actually talked about this with IBM Museum on Facebook. This was a few years ago at this point. But we had a very long discussion about this. And IBM documents that what you have to do is you have to take a jumper off the card. This was in... This wasn't a token ring card. This is like the FreeCom MCA, one of the few third-party cards. You took the jumper off so you could completely cold start with no configuration. Yeah. If you want to know about ESA, the 486 is an ESA-based system. I talk about fairly extensively in that video. I don't know. Like, here's the thing: is looking backwards from 2023, the 286 looks kind of garbage, and well, it kind of was, but. Looking forward, though, from 1981 to 1988, the 286 looks like a massive improvement, and Microchannel, as well as ESA, had some pretty big improvements over what came before. So, it's not fair to say that the product was not good, because it was an improvement over the standard of the day. MCA would probably have similar issues to IDE, but it really would depend on how competent IBM was. Because the problems that cause the size issues with IDE are due to the int13H interface. SCSI drives have less problems with this, but it's not good. Well, the thing is that Christopher Jackson is, you're just hearing someone else's opinion, though. Why are they saying it's good or bad? Like, there are things that I dislike that I know is an irrational dislike. Like, I ran Linux for a very long time, and I only went back to Windows because I was kind of, partially because Ubuntu 22.04 is a complete disaster. Like, that should never have been cleared for shipping, and I am at some point going to rebuild the Linux partition on Absolution, but I'm going to be good, and it's going to be a while before I'm good and ready to do that. Brain. So, I was talking about rebuilding Linux partition. Right, so there are people that would say that the 286 is a bad design, and there are problems with it. The problem that you can't switch from protected mode back to real mode. Intel dropped the ball pretty hard on that one. Like, I don't know why they made it like that. And I know the 386 fixed it, but it should never ship like that. Like, there are actual architectural issues with the 286, but nothing is perfect. Yeah. Yeah. So, what the part of the point of this entire project is, can we put an actual definitive, like a technical, objective reason as to why OS2 failed? And I'm not sure that you can. Like, there are some factors that play a role, like the cost of memory. But I don't think it failed on a technological basis. Not at that point yet. After 91, it becomes a different story. But I'm only interested in the late 80s and 1990. 2204, using it as a desktop, like, it was just broken. Like, it's probably what, like, I occasionally still have to boot into Linux, and like, GTK is still completely foobarred. I've been running KDE, but KDE is KDE. Like, it works great for 90% of things, but that last 10% is just complete suck. I have been told that part of that is just because Kubuntu is not well maintained anymore, but I'm like, the problems I'm dealing with are just Dolphin sucks. No, but a lot of people try and claim that OS2 was a bad step forward. Like, on a technological point of view, the OS2 kernel has problems. But it only has problems if with the 32-bit versions, that is OS2 2.0 and 2.1, which are the ones that support the 386. So the question now becomes is, how much did the 286 hold back OS2, or did it hold back OS2? And that's why I want to understand it. See, here's the thing, is I don't think Microsoft developed OS2. Like, IBM contracted with Microsoft to develop DAWs because IBM didn't want to be sued over it. We know that Microsoft created a multitasking version of DAWs known as DAWs 4, multi-user DAWs 4, and there's a lot that suggests, actually I shouldn't say a lot, there's a lot of proof that multi-user DAWs 4 was the basis for OS2 1.0. Like, we've been researching that thread for quite a while in the Discord. I haven't personally looked into it myself yet. I'm still laying down all the base knowledge because I intend to make a video about this. The problem, what I learned doing the IBM AIX video, like, that video was not intended to be an hour and 10 minutes long. I never thought I'd ever release a video that long. But I wanted to document the process of porting Doom to something. Well, that actually was not the original goal. When I do a video on weird stuff, I try and do something with the weird stuff. So, with Yggdrasil Linux, it was the first Linux Live CD. I had to reconstruct those images from archives and mostly show how it worked. With the Sun PCI, I tried to do the Sun Turducken, which failed, but I had fun. Well, no, I didn't actually have fun doing that. That sucked. That sucked all the way through. The IBM AIX video was a turning point in some ways because pinball, you didn't need to understand the real technical mumbo-jumbo. You just had to know that the game was not shipped, and it was claimed to be a 64-bit incompatibility. And I loaded up Minecraft to show what FPU jitter looks like, because that was the fundamental cause of why pinball was removed, or claimed to be removed. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what I'm trying to solve. Like, computing history is more feelings than actual fact from what I've seen. Like, if you go on Wikipedia on IBM PS2, if you took a shot for every, like, don't do this, like, really don't do this, but if you, the number of factual errors I spotted just within a few paragraphs was not a good look. Like, they were further down on the page, like, a lot talks about IBM's marketing, and they're all in sections that have either no citations or citation needed. So, like, right. The problem is that I am basically challenging conventional wisdom, so I need to have the goddamn receipts to do that. Yeah, I mean, and this PS2, even though it's not a particularly exemplar model, is very much a good test bench, because we don't actually care if OS2 is fast. We care how it works relative to everything else. So if I put IBM DAWs back on the system, we can say that IBM DAWs is our baseline, that is a score of 1. We can then rank everything in contrast to that, and we can understand what OS2 did and did not bring. That's why we have the 286 here. The 486, shockingly, The 486 shockingly supports Landman. I actually have the drivers for Land Manager, so if we actually want to run Landman with early 90s, we have the hardware for it. Like, that system is supported. I will do I'm going to do a low-level format. I have the advanced diagnostics desk. Where is it? Like, I went and found it. Here it is. I'll switch the camera so you can actually see it. Yeah. IBM PS2 Model 32A6 Advanced Diagnostics. That is the official IBM utility that was given to service vendors to check these systems out. When you got a PS2, you would have to start at disk. Some of them had like a productivity and sampler, which I meant to grab, but I couldn't find it. Like, it didn't come up on the first search. I was like, whatever. LGR documents them in the IBM PS2 Model 25 setup he did. IBM Museum has also documented them, so it's like, whatever. They're all really, like, meh applications. Like, they're not like the let's learn how to use an IBM PC from the 5150. Well, that's the thing, is I don't actually know if that's the case, because Windows 3.0 has legitimate technological advantages over OS 2 1.2, which is what it was competing with. Like, IBM, like, and the fact of the matter is, even Windows 2.0 has technological competency over OS 2. It is actually a superior product for multiple reasons. Like, the problem is I have to prove that. I know it because I have used these systems for a very long time. Like, I de facto, like, I am just another person on the internet. But I have done a lot in my life with these systems. Like, I don't even want to know how many thousands of hours. I would probably say tens of thousands, documenting a lot of the history and times of these systems collectively. Yeah. AWD42. Yeah, it's the ESDI hard drive. I don't know, like, I want to so the plan here is I want to run a full SCANDISK. I want to see how many sectors come up bad. I'm going to shut the full system down. We're going to run SCANDISK a second time and see if any more sectors come up bad. Because if the drive is actively deteriorating, then there's no saving it. I have been told that the two capacitors on this hard drive, there are two through-hole electrolytics on this drive. Replacing them can sometimes bring this drive back. I haven't recapped this system yet. I don't like doing recapping. I only do it when you absolutely have to. I don't actually remember offhand. I believe it is a Seagate drive, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, the 55SX, the only option would have been SCSI. Like, there's no other realistic option for an MCA. I know there were some IDE drives for them, but question mark. Like, if you're a Patreon supporter, you got to see what this system looked like when I opened it. Oh, uh-oh. Runtime error, our integer divide by 0. You know, I've actually had that problem on other machines. I don't think... I've seen SCANDISK die if it just takes too long. Okay. So let's just reboot and try that again. Okay. Like, I've seen that error on my ThinkPad when I ran SCANDISK on it, if it runs a long surface scan, so I'm not super concerned on that as of yet. I will say that this machine is incredibly satisfying to use. I actually put a copy on my Diagnostic disk. I actually put a copy of Rogue on it. And because Rogue is one of the few games that will fit in 512 megabytes of conventional memory. Well, I never actually realized that SCANDISK could work on a drive space compressed drive. God, we could actually run drive space on this system. Like, this is the right type of system to run drive space on. Like, this is what it was meant for. That would be exceptionally slow. Like, I would need I would have to find a good disk benchmarker tool for that. The problem is that the problem isn't putting in a different hard drive. The problem is that there's no Molex connectors on this system at all. So I don't have a good way to power the drive. So when I get around to let's see, let me actually write a timestamp down. 120. Let that run. Let's see here. I don't remember what I was saying. Well, that's not true or not, because NT started as NT OS2, and if you run the very early versions, the pre-release ones of NT, and like I'm going to dig into this at some point, you can very much see that NT was intended to run OS2. Like, even NT 3.1 has native support for OS2 applications. So, alright. So that's going. The problem with 95 is anything above 400 megahertz or an AMD K6. AMD processors are distinct on this. There's a timing loop problem in nidlist.system. There is a patch for 98. But the bug exists as far back as Windows for Workgroups. So for a 286, what I'd probably end up looking for is one of those drive compression ISO cards, because this is the type of system those were meant for. I believe I should be able to find one that was sold by Stacker. Like, that shouldn't be that hard to find. It's not finding additional dead sectors, which is probably a good sign. Right. I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit while this runs. This chair is a little bit broken, and I'm leaning forward, so my legs get cramped. Like, I could pull the other chair out. I'll figure that out in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I have to buy a new desk chair. Let me see if I can get this comfortable. That's better. It's not great. Like, I don't know when it happened. I think it was in November. Something in the chair's mechanisms broke, and this was a second-hand office chair to begin with. So I just kind of need to suck it up and spend the money for a new one. But I'm going to wait until the next, either either until Google pays me through AdSense or Patreon pays me on the first of the month. But a new desk chair is going to be a major life upgrade. As far as I know, EDSI has no idea of a defect map, but that was common in this era. Like, SCSI actually has provisions for the system managing the defect map. Like, I was surprised by that. When I looked into the nitty-gritty of SCSI for the 486, the actual low-level SCSI protocol has provisions for the operating system to manage the bad blocks table and not the drive itself. So, yeah. Yeah, it's the 286 is the problem with the IBM BIOS is it's incredibly inflexible, and you have to use the reference disk to do anything with it. Like, these machines were extremely popular with corporate, but they were extremely unpopular in home. Like, where I remember these machines personally. My dad works in academia. He still does. I used to go to his office all the time. I remember these being everywhere, including IBM. Oh, it's doing more repairs. Well, quote-unquote repairs. I think we're going to... I'm probably going to spin right this desk, but I want to see how far gone it is before I do that. The problem with running spin right, and I have done it, spin right on average takes about 1 to 2 days to run. I haven't run this system for an extended amount of time, and while I checked the mainboard, I didn't check the PSU, so I don't know if there's I've never seen a REFA in a PS2 system, but it doesn't actually mean that there couldn't be one in there. So before I run spin right for an extended period of time, because I will have to sleep, like, I have to let this run unattended, I want to make sure that this system isn't going to burst into flames on me, and I want to make sure it's worth doing on top of that. From what I have heard, IBM's very, like, the reason Apple had the education market on lockdown was it had incredibly good educational pricing. I have heard that IBM gets like that as long as you do a bulk buy, but I don't have any first-hand accounts of this. Yeah. So, I don't... REFAs are still used in the modern day. Like, you can buy new REFAs. Like, this machine's only from... I believe this machine's from 87 or 88. Like, it was in the time period, but it hasn't magic smoked on me, and I've had it on for a couple of hours. Yeah, even actually, I would say even on mainframes and proper mini computers, I think the bad blocks list is still handled by the operating system. Like, I could see cases where you would have to handle it in the operating system, although it's probably very rare in this day and age. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that IBM's biggest competition in the PS2 line, like, Sun was oddly relevant here. Speaking of which, I haven't picked it up yet, but I've got the P9000 video card for my RS6000 model 140. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I am going to put NT for PowerPC on that machine. And I'm going to take a go at even seeing if we could run Solaris PowerPC. I have tried to boot it, but it falls over. But it's likely falling over because of the video card. So I bought two. I don't think I bought it was like a WeTech P9100 card. It was a higher end CAD card that was available for IBM systems. I found one on eBay for for $80, which sucked, but hey, at least I found it. And in theory, I should be able to use an S-free Vision 8 360. As long as I take the BIOS chip off it, it should just work. So, I wouldn't mind giving a shot with iClass. Like, I have a lot of token ring equipment. Like, if I can find the problem with running iCast is the Ripple ROMs. But the token ring Ripple ROMs have survived somewhat better than the Ethernet ones, which is depressing on like so many levels. But I could be convinced to do it. IBM Museum has covered it well enough that I'm not concerned that it's fear of being lost. Like, that channel is not, like, I should drop the link to his channel. Like, I should give him an actual shout out. I don't remember. I don't have his link. Here we go. IBM Museum. Like, I don't know how often he live streams, but he basically does content like this, where it's just a very long stream of doing stuff, and it's all esoteric IBM stuff. Like, I have picked up things just by listening to him, because he knows more about IBM than I will ever know. Yeah, the EduQuest ones were just rebranded IBM PS2, and all IBM PS2s are basically either MCA or ISA. There isn't a whole lot of architectural variation this generation. No, this is an early SCANDISK. This is actual SCANDISK running a surface scan. I could have run Norton Disk Doctor. I guess we could. Actually, let me see if I've got Disk Doctor somewhere handy, because that would have been the other period correct tool. But SCANDISK was easier to find. You know, I will actually also grab Calibrate while I'm at it. So I will do this while this runs. So, because I have a copy of Norton Utilities, and I fortunately already have it imaged. Now, I don't actually know where it is. Like, I've got, like, a lot of utilities I've just had to just grab. Some I've got real stuff. I don't actually know where this one is. Oh! It quit again. Can I just run, like... I think it died in the same place. Or maybe not. Maybe it got further. Yeah, we might have to use Disk Doctor. The question is, do I have a copy of Disk Doctor? Yeah, I do, actually. Let me copy that to the rescue disk. Yeah, I think this broke. Yeah, I think this crashed. Oh, it actually deadlocked. Okay, so now that starts up again. Yeah, I've had to run Disk Doctor on some machines. I'm surprised SCANDISK is actually having this much trouble. So let's try Disk Doctor. They are the same utilities. Microsoft licensed Disk Doctor from Symantec, and they licensed part of PC Tools from Central Point. Like, Microsoft Backup is just a relicensed Central Point backup. I should just use Disk Doctor, like, I did put it on here, didn't I? Apparently I didn't. Oh, I may not have enough disk space for it. I can toss NDiags. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta free up some disk space. What is getting chalked? Like, what is actually big on this desk? It is not running super well. Yeah, I can get rid of top bench. Of everything on here, it's the least useful. Alright, that's probably why the copy failed. So let me make sure I get this over here. I will say that putting a floppy drive on a MacBook Pro is such a weird sensation. It's also why I keep getting those weird looking files, because obviously support for ancient DAWs file systems in macOS has had a little bit of bit rot. Okay, all right, that's copying. No, I've had this happen on other machines. SCANDISK has some bugs. If the drive is having some seek issues, I've seen this on real hardware. Like my I've seen this on the ThinkPad, and I've actually seen this on the 486. This is a legitimate bug with SCANDISK. I just don't know what causes it. Yep. Just as a general rule, you don't want to copy utilities to a hard drive that you're trying to diagnose. All right. Oh, there it goes. All right. Options. Surface test. Repair automatically, and that's good. Save settings. Yeah, I probably will throw calibrate on this. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, options set, diagnose disk. Yeah, like, if you look at this, this looks a whole lot like SCANDISK. Okay, begin testing for physical defects. And there's a screen I have not seen in a very long time. I used to remember seeing this all the time as a kid. Okay, alright, let's see how many bad sectors it finds. Like, the question here is the drive still failing? Because sectors failing over time is not unusual with some systems. Like, I don't think it's actually that many sectors that have gone kaput, although it's definitely having thoughts about them. Okay, and let me put a timestamp down. This is very much going to be a paint drying experience, but at least it's a paint drying experience that everyone can enjoy. Yeah. Norton Utilities was worth the money. Like, I used to use Norton Utilities. Like, I think version 6 was the first one we owned, but I had pretty much every version of it until 98. With system, like, it was first Norton Utilities and Norton Commander, although I don't remember using Norton Commander. No, it was Norton Utilities and Norton Antivirus. Those were the two big ones that I remember. There was also McAfee and a few other ones, but Norton was the one I really do remember. And then after 95, I used to have SystemWorks installed. Like, it was the ultimate power tool. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going to format the drive. We're actually going to low-level format the drive because I want to see how many sectors come back. And if a low-level format doesn't do it, then I will... actually, I'm going to grab Calibrate while this runs, because Calibrate's going to tell me what the interleave has to be. And the interleave will matter a lot for performance. Okay, so that's running. Yeah, that is a less than happy drive. Like I said, I will also try replacing the capacitors on the drive and see if it helps if we still have ongoing issues. All right, so calibrate is copying. Like, calibrate is the Norton utility spin right, but I just don't want to run it, not on stream. You know what? Well, here's what I could do is maybe I will run... I could do it as a second channel video. Like, maybe I will do it as a video. I have to think about it. I don't know how the algorithm will handle that. Like, that's almost make another channel and do it. Gerald Parker, I don't have another disk. These disks were proprietary to this system. If I have to replace the disk, it's going to require a new controller card and more. I'd rather see if this disk can be salvaged. And if it can't be salvaged, fine. But if the drive dies, I want to know if it's going to die now. Because the problem is that this system is going to be my benchmark for OS 2. If the drive is failing under OS 2, and this is not just regular 30 years of age, then I want to know about it. And I still want this drive for other reasons, so if I can even get it partially functional, that's a good thing. Like, here's the main reasons. NetWare was very famous for getting exceptional performance out of slow hard drives. They actually have patents about this. This hard drive would be amazing for testing advanced NetWare 286 and seeing if those claims were real. Yeah. So. Yep. Yep. Yeah, well, like I said, we are trying to determine how much of the drive has actually gone kaput, which is why we're running the full surface scan right now. It's definitely running better, I guess. I mean, we're 57% of the way done, so, you know, it's getting there. Probably the first time this hard drive's had a full seek since 2008, because, yep. Oh, you know, I just remembered CompSurf. The Comprehensive Surface Analysis Tool. God, running CompSurf on this hard drive. That is terrifying. The idea of running CompSurf on this drive, that would take days, probably. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. Like, Steve Gibson has made claims about Symantec. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if there's anything true or not. I just remember this is what I used to use back in the day. It was more SCANDISK and Norton utilities than not. Like, I don't remember having this in DOS 5. Like, I'm a little bit too young for that. Although I'm a little bit too young for all of this. CompSurf was NetWare's... So NetWare's entire premise was reliable disk storage on commodity hardware in a time period where that was not common. I mean, enterprise hard drives are still a thing in 2023, but it was expected that MFM hard drives were going to be defective and fail. Like, they were not considered a high reliability device. So NetWare's entire claim to fame was basically doing with making commodity hardware compete with mini computers. Yep. I mean, this machine is only a few months newer than I am. If we say August 88, then it's literally only 4 months newer than I am. So, the thing is, I don't even know how you run a CompSurf on this. Like, my experience with NetWare is mostly NetWare 386. We did a live stream exploring the 286 versions, but I have never installed it on real hardware. Like, doing a comp surf on this would be interesting. Because I'd have to do it off the disk. I probably will just have to buy a copy of Advanced NetWare 2.15 off the eBays. I mean, Grant Tyler, this was before RAID was really even a concept. Like, I don't know if... I know NetWare 3 has it, that you can do disk mirroring. I don't know if NetWare 2 can have it, because by and large, you really were not physically able to install multiple MFM hard drives in a single system. I actually have an Ethernet card in this system. I don't like the Ethernet card. Like, I have it sitting right here. I don't think we're going to get to it tonight, but I was optimistic. I have an AUI to RX45 adapter sitting right here in my hand. And I actually have both NetWare and Windows NT running in VMs right next to me. I just don't think we're going to get that far. I think this hard drive is going to take all night. Yep. Yeah, well, AWD42, you're not wrong. Like, you're legitimately not wrong. The question here is, what does a low-level format bring back? And once we low-level format the drive, if the bad sector count goes down, it's probably a good sign. But I want to know how bad it is. Like, I need a reference point here. There were ways to do it, and yes, I know it's the funny number. It, like, with a 5150 with the 5151 expansion chassis, you could get up to 4 hard drives or 4 floppy drives into a single 8088. So it can be done. Like, I would love to get an expansion chassis. I don't know what I would put it in. I don't actually have a 5150. I would love to have one, but I don't have one. Yeah, I think it's just a bad low level. Like, the low level is probably... This drive has probably never been low leveled. Like, it's probably been sitting unpowered for 30 years. And it's probably... The heads have been parked. But vibration can cause destruction of magnetic data. Like, I low leveled the SCSI drive in the 486, and it came right back. And that drive was having problems before I low leveled it. Well, the system seems to be doing better now, so my thought is we're going to let the SCANDISK run. CheckDisk will give me the list of number of sectors that actually failed. We'll run the low level from the Advanced Diagnostics disk, or I could also grab SpeedStore if we need it. But the Advanced Diagnostics disk should be able to do the format. Yeah. Well, Jared Parker, it's a 30-year-old hard drive for a proprietary interface. Whatever time I can buy on it is a win. Like, yeah. So, the data is not important. I want to know, though, if the drive is actually materially failing or if it's just a bad low level. That's why I'm running the full surface scan now. I probably could run, like, I don't know if SpeedStore can do an EDSI drive. Like, I feel like I want to run this from Advanced Diagnostics, which I'm assuming can do this. I'm not entirely sure if it can. I know it can on the 5150 for the 5170, but I don't actually know for a fact that the Etsy drives can low-level format. Low-level format, so the utilities we're going to do here is we're going to calibrate the drive to determine the interleave, although we might need to recalibrate it later. Like, when I change the hardware configuration, the interleaving may change. The goal of this system is I want to bring it up to 4 megabytes of memory, which is going to suck royally because I'm going to have to rewire some SIMs. If I could find an IBM multifunction adapter, which they are borderline unobtainium, like, I know 2 people with them, and I don't think they will ever let go of them. This is an EDSI drive. I don't know, like, This is a Model 30. This is the standard hard drive in this. Yeah, I'm going to confirm that, but I know for a fact. Yeah, 30. It's interesting. This has only got a 20 megabyte drive, but it should have a 30 megabyte. So maybe this is not the original drive. But yeah, it's ESDI. I just confirmed that. No, I know for a fact this is ESDI. I've had this machine apart. So, and we'll also change out the Dallas chip when we open it up, because we are going to open it up. Enhanced small disk interface. Oh, am I saying it wrong? I'm probably saying it wrong. That's fine. Yeah, that's, you have to, there's a thread on Vogons about it, which I could dig up. Essentially, you have to cut a couple of traces and rewire them to fit the stupid IBM thing. It's more tedious than actually difficult, but I'm going to have to do it. Because I've been looking on eBay. I can find the 1 megabyte kits, no problem. Like, if I wanted to bring the system back to a factory configuration, that would be really easy. But I want to run OS 2 on it, which means I need a minimum of 4 megabytes of memory on it. I dumped Banyan Vines. I got the first preserved copy of it. I actually have the dongles. I just haven't gone around to it. Vines is quite difficult to get running. We still have not actually gotten it fully going yet, even though we now have an unprotect for it. So I want to cover it, but like all networking things, I just don't have the physical space for that many machines. In our case, to replace the timekeeper, I'm just going to use one of these little glitch work boards. They are basically here. I'll actually open the package. Chat, I might need scissors. Yeah, let me go find scissors while this runs. I'll be right back. Why can I not find scissors? Seriously, why can I not find scissors? Oh, no, maybe in the bedroom. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Had to go find... I don't know where my scissors went. I did find something with a sharp edge, so I can just get the package open that way. Okay. Well, the elapsed time, the estimated in elapse has gone up. But yeah, so this is the Glitchwork repair boards. Let me go full screen so you can see them. These are basically a reverse engineered DS 1287, which is the timekeeper in this system. But they take a removable battery. It's not a CR2303. It's this CR1225. These came in about an hour from starting the stream. Like, I literally ran down and got them right before I started the stream up. So, I didn't think we were going to be able to replace the Dallas module tonight, but we are going to. It's a 1.4 megabyte floppy, but it's a non-standard PS2 connector because, again, it's a IBM machine. Like, maybe I will maybe I'll put up a stream of just letting this run. Like, a literal, like, I could just let the, like, if I do actually end up spin writing the drive, I would probably disconnect my mic, and I would just let this run. So, okay. Definitely be interesting, because I don't know how I would handle it. I would basically be live streaming, but I would not be sitting at my desk. So, alright. 82%. And the thing is that we probably wouldn't even be able to save the VOD because it would be so stupidly long. I could move the microphone so you could actually hear the hard drive. Like, I can hear it seeking. The IBM P70 uses a 2.5-inch DBA interface. It's utterly, it's an ESDI drive. Like, I know people that have gone, like, the P70 is a completely drool-worthy machine, but I would never want to try and repair one. Yeah. For, what did we do for New Year's? We ran Windows 98 on a 486. I was really quite happy with how that came out. Like, that was a lot of fun, and we had already. No, am I talking about the? Hold on, am I getting my streams crossed? We did one for Christmas and we did one for New Year's. I mean, this is a voice coil hard drive, so it makes interesting noises. Okay, then if the P70 is a standard hard drive, then what am I thinking of? Maybe I am thinking about that micro-channel ThinkPad. Okay, so maybe I'm getting them switched. I will say that while I have absolutely no use for one, I would love to own a gas plasma display just because gas plasma is beautiful. So, yep. Like, I don't know if I will do it with this particular machine, but with the IBM RS6000 Model 140, once I've got NT running on it, I might do something and put it on the internet, at least briefly, if I can figure out how to do it safely. Okay. I am recording at the moment at 6 kilobytes per second, so approximately 5 megabytes. So, I mean, I could. It's not that big a deal. There are ways to do it. I just need to do it. It just means entirely giving up my living room for an extended period, but maybe I'll make that a Patreon perk. Maybe that will be a Patreon exclusive live stream. Like, I haven't done any of those. I've wanted to do them for a while, but I haven't actually done them. Okay. It's still making drive sounds. This actually took longer than I thought it would. I didn't think the drive was this unhealthy. Okay. Well, the thing is that I'm going to have to either... I don't even know if IIS was available for Windows NT PowerPC. I might have to compile Apache or similar with Visual C++ 4. Like, that is going to be a fascinating and yet horrifying project when I get around to it. But that's going to be like... that may actually be our charity stream for this summer. Because the decision I came to is I think I want to do 2 charity fundraisers per year. We did Trevor Project last December, and then we'll probably do one in June. I may do one here or there. Like if I have a proper shitpost that I don't want to monetize, I do it as a charity stream. Like, I might look at the Apple Lisa source code under that, because I really hate that CHS does this. They put it under a non-commercial use license, and they put it under such a restrictive one that I'm not even sure I can live stream it. Like, at least the Microsoft research license wasn't that horrible. It wasn't good, but I could do research with it. The Lisa one looked really bad from like the 3 seconds I looked at it. Because I'd probably try and put load the source code back onto the Lisa and compile it. Because I've done Hello World on a Lisa. Emulated, obviously, but I have done it. So, it's not impossible, it just will suck royally. But if the license doesn't let me do it on YouTube, then I'm not going to do it. Because, you know, it's like, I could, like, and this is the thing that, like I said, entirely drives me crazy about. I assume they're just taking whatever terms the company will give and don't try and renegotiate them. Like, I can understand why CHM does it like that, but it sucks. Yeah. Well, the thing is that I need this machine to run OS 2. This machine will not run OS 2 from a floppy drive. Like I said, there are ways we can solve this problem. They're just collectively irritating. Because there isn't a lot of room in this case, because of the riser board, so I don't even know if I could get a CF to IDE card in there. Like, I probably can, but I'm going to have to get a little creative about it. Like, I actually have... Yeah. See, the problem is I'm going to have to figure out how to power it. Which means I'm going to have to pull power from somewhere inside this system, and that's just kind of going to suck. I think what I'm going to have to end up doing is I'd have to make a ribbon cable that connects to the ESDI pins, and I pull the 5 and 12 volt from there. Huh? I've got an Ethernet card in it. It's standard ISA. I just don't like the one I have in here. It's a Freecom Etherlink. XTCFs and XT IDEs are not IDE compatible hard drives. You can't use them in protected mode. Alright, let's see how many sectors it actually fixed. Does it actually say? Yeah, so it made a lot of... Yeah, so it did a lot of repair work. Let's see how much hard drive space we've actually lost. So let's put this disk back in. Quit. Actually, I need to be booted off this disk because I have to run CheckDisk. Because, Gerald Parker, this machine... I'm working on this machine because I'm doing a research project on OS 2, and... Like, I'm using this machine as a reference for OS 2. That is why I care about OS 2. It's the only reason I care about this machine. I've got better ones for most of the things I do, but IBM 286 has a lot of use for me for researching OS 2, and it's not bad to have one. The problem is that most 286s have some sort of special magic. Like, there are some that are kind of standards compliant, but it's not great. And even then, I wouldn't be able to run the IBM versions of OS 2, which is what I'm interested in. So what does CheckDisk say? So apparently, so we've lost 202. So let me write this down. Let's do a little bit of math here. 213 CheckDisk results. So we've lost 202,752 bytes in bad sectors. So if we divide that by 512, what did we come to? So we have 395 dead sectors on this drive. So what I want to know now is what is the correct interleave for this drive? I believe Calibrate can tell me. Not I will have to load spin right, but I don't have it on a disk, so. This is going to take a moment. Gerald, I'm doing it because I want to do it. If that's the if you need a reason, that is it. Like, what's your problem with this? I need it on a hard drive. Like, I'm. All right. Yeah. So I want to see here run calibrate. I don't care. System integrity, interleave. Okay, so it's going to run 4 tests, and it's going to tell me what exactly I need this drive. Okay. It's also going to run a full diagnostic on a lot of stuff, which is... I actually didn't know that Calibrate did that. Okay. You can actually boot 1.3 off. Okay. So it's actually having problems because the CMOS battery is dead. I guess we're going to have to... I guess we should just replace it now then, if it's really going to have that much problems. Yeah, it's not even going to let me run Calibrate. So, you know what? Before we do the low level, let's actually replace the Dallas. Let's switch the view, and I will turn it off. That. Now, I didn't screw the case down, so I should just be able to pop this right off, and we'll go with it. Alright, so monitor goes over here to the side. Move the drink off the table. Of course, I turned the system exactly the wrong direction, so we need to go the other way. Make sure it's unplugged. And the Dallas chip is right here. Hopefully... Oh, I didn't mean to bring it up that quickly with the pen spin, but it's out. Alright, so there's the notch. One of these glitch fork boards. Let me get the battery out. Yep. Alright, so that's there. So the notch is down here like this. Get it into that socket. Getting these in or not? Okay, so the pins are a little bit. Make the pins a little bit narrower. Alright, that's in. Let's see if it turns on. Power plug is... Power plug is over here. Smoke test. 3, 2, 1. Well, it didn't burst into flames. It's counted memory. I'll probably have a whole bunch of new errors. I've got a 612 error, 162, and a 163. No 616. Nice. Okay. Like, I've got, the thing is that I'm doing an entirely long research project on OS2. I'll talk about it in a moment. Let me finish switching up the Dallas chip. Here's the thing. I want to run OS2 on the early versions of OS2, that is 1.0 for 1.3, on period-correct hardware, preferably IBM correct hardware. That's what this thing is for, which means I need a working hard drive and 4 megabytes of memory. All right. Alright, so let's do the CMOS setup. I have it here somewhere. This is Advanced Diagnostics. Where's the other Diagnostic? The Diag boot disk. I know I have it. We literally ran it earlier in the stream. Oh, there it is. IBM Model 2 PS2 reference disk. Oh, and I just realized the mic was not nearby. Can you hear me now? Yeah. There, if you really want to get the details on it, there is a discussion going on in Discord about it. It's just hard. The whole point here is to do an entire understanding of what went wrong with OS2 on it and try and basically get everything figured out. So let me go here. So configuration 00162, make sure all devices attached to the system are turned on. Run automatic configuration, yes. Okay. So hopefully this will start saving system settings. I didn't see a postcode. Well, okay, that one. 613 is time and date not set, which is expected. But 612 means system configuration was saved. Okay. Yep. Cool. So set configuration. View configuration. Yeah, like, there isn't a whole lot here. There was an external 5.25 inch drive that I would love to have for the system, but I don't. Like, I hit F5, F6, I can't even change that. Set features. Set time and date. So 01, 21, 2023. Hopefully this program is Y2K compliant. 2300. Okay, well, that looks good. And let's run the test the system thing. Oh, this is a much smaller diagnostic disk than the other one, so we're not even going to bother with this. Let me turn the system off. And let me unplug it. Let's give it a minute. I just want to make sure that battery is actually like it should. But I want to make sure, so let's give it just a few seconds. Okay. So, a little bit. I literally don't have it mixing the audio. I literally just have VLC running the StreamBeats library, which is licensed for streamers. Alright, that should be long enough. Let's see if it's holding settings. It should. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't. Alright. Fire in the hole! actually, yeah, hold on, which, yeah, we'll let boot all the way up into the operating system. Oh, and that's my back being shown. Okay. I've been losing so much weight, I've dropped a full pants size, I just haven't gone shopping as of yet. Oh well. Okay. It booted up and I saw no codes. Date is good and time is good. Awesome. Perfect. Oh wow, IBM Museum actually showed up. We were I was actually talking about you a bit earlier and how you looked at the IBM program sampler disk. Okay, so if that's actually showing up now, let's put SYSINFO in because we still need to low level this drive. Let me make sure SYSINFO agrees that the CMOS settings are now good. No, my back has shown up on multiple streams. I just didn't realize that. Oh, well. Whatever. Life of a YouTuber. Yeah, I just want to go to CMOS status. CMOS battery operational, CMOS time valid. Okay, that is exactly what we want to see. Oh, that is beautiful. So let's calibrate. I want to know what Calibrate thinks about this system before I actually let it do anything. Okay. Okay. Calibrate. Alright, so let it run this test. Yeah, well, I don't know. So, Action Retro does a lot of videos on cursed Macs, cursed PCs, and filming the back of my head. If you really want to see back of the head content, just look at his channel. Okay. Okay, so now it's running the actual test. So this is going to tell us just how miserable this hard drive actually is. That is not a fast hard drive. That is not a fast hard drive. That is a noise. That is a noise. Yep. Let's see here. No, I was never in a calendar, as far as I know. I was a volunteer firefighter. I wasn't like, you know, all muscle sort of thing. Yeah, I knew about that site. It's how I got the reference disk. Well, the start disks. Okay, let's see what it has to tell me. Like, I've never run this on an ESDI drive before. Like, I really need to spin write this drive, but okay, so it's RL encoded. It's not MFN. It's a very slow hard drive though. 3600 RPMs. Let's see here. This computer is equipped with a translating hard drive disk controller. These controllers trick the computer to report a different number of sectors per track than there really are. They do this for one of the following reasons: compatibility with older software which required exactly 17 sectors per track, or to bypass hard drive limitations imposed by the original IBM XT. That's actually important. The 5150 did not come with a hard drive standard. I think we're going to want to run this, but I don't think we actually want to do it right now. So we're going to cancel out. Okay, so it can't actually calculate the interleave. So I'm going to assume that the IBM Diagnostics disk will just do the right thing then. All right, so let's put the IBM Advanced Diagnostics disk in, because at this point, everything should pass. If I can just, yeah, I will get version 5. I'll just buy version 6, and I believe from what I saw on the website, you can download the older 5.0 version. Okay. Okay. Well, I have the plastic front covers off, just so I can work on this system. Did we lose the, no, we didn't. I thought we lost the, okay, here we go. So, oh, you know what? Before we do this, I need a floppy disk I can blank. Let me do that, because it said it was going to need one. I think we can erase this disk. Let me make sure there's nothing on it. Like, there shouldn't be. Just gotta wait for this. I'm waiting for this disk to load on the MacBook so I can see if there's anything on it. MacBook is taking its sweet time. Yeah, I can move the display to the foreground. Okay. You know what? I actually do care about this disk, so I don't want to use it. I need to label that. That disk I was looking for. No wonder I couldn't find it. There's no label on it. Let me go find a disk I can format. Okay. All right, let's try a different one. Let's see if this one has anything. Because the the startup disk said to run the system checkout, which I want to run. I'm going to have to format a disk, so I might as well do it now. So is there anything on this one? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we can eject that. Alright, so let's first... Let's put that in there. Let's do a format disk. Oh. Okay. Format disk. Why do I feel like I'm not going to get any sort of progress notifications for this entire process? I know the advanced diagnostics for the AT could do a low-level format. I'm assuming the Model 3286's diagnostics can low-level format its hard drive. Okay. Okay, so let's let it run that format. Like I said, all I gotta do right now, what I have to do is I just have to find 4 megabytes of memory. If I could get a multifunction card, it'd be amazing. We could actually run SQL Server on real hardware on a 286. That would be glacier, but we could do it. Okay. God, you can really hear the disk just going thump, thump, thump. Okay. Okay. Disk has been formatted successfully. So let's do system checkout. Let me put the advanced diagnostics disk back in, because this is the official IBM diagnostic. System unit, 512, keyboard, 1 diskette, primary. Yep, that is all correct. I really wish I had the external 5 1/4. Yeah, we're going to just test them all. So it's going to test the system unit. Testing memory. I believe it's compiled. Wow, 5 minutes. That's a long memory test, even if it's half a kilobyte. Like, it's going to really just suck to deal with some of this. Okay, enter key is 1. Okay, ooh, that's not registering. Yeah, some of the... Oh, hold on. Let me turn numlock. Okay, so some of the keys in the numeric keypad are not registering. I don't know if that's the keyboard or the system. This may have... I don't think this would have come with a space saver. Like, this should have been a full-size keyboard. It's possible it doesn't like something like... Yeah, it's not registering some key presses, but I don't know if that's the utilities or not. Alright, I'm gonna... Yeah, so typematic test. Yeah, okay, so the keyboard has some problems. We'll come back to this. We'll test that with a different program. Okay, press enter. Okay, so... Seek test 1A. That's fine. Disk is formatted correctly. Wish it gave you more progress stats, but at least it's running. I have 3 Model M's, but I only have... I'm missing one of the cables for one, and another one's a terminal keyboard. So I could do the conversion, but it's like whatever. I'd rather save it to use on an actual terminal. Hey, you can really hear that disc going. Like, I thought this was okay when I've tried it, because I've used this system on a lot of things, so we'll check. I'm going to check it once we're out of the diagnostic program. If not, like I said, I've got other Model M's. That is a sound. No, it's just a 102. It's a 101 key terminal. If it was a 122, I'd be using that to do an IBM mainframe thing. Okay. I mean, IBM Museum, if you're actually here, do you have any good suggestions on putting 4 megabytes of RAM, or where I could potentially find the multifunction card and take it all the way to the 12.5 for running OS 2? I mean, my current plan is to probably put a SCSI drive in this system, but I would like to use this ESDI one if it can be saved. So if you have any good hints, please let me know. Okay, I'm going to assume the test passed because there was no error. So let's run 2A. Okay. Okay, and actually, when did we start running the advanced diagnostics? That was like probably 220. So yeah, there's actually a few of these I should probably write down. We probably started this around 2:30, and then at some point we replaced the Dallas, so okay. And why am I so congested all of a sudden? Whatever. Yeah, what I'm thinking is I'm going to just get the regular Model 30. I've got the 30 pins. I'm probably just going to try doing the rewire on them and see if I can do it that way. It doesn't look horrible. It just looks annoying. Alternatively, I could hot air the IBM Sims and I could just put larger chips on them. That's option 2. So it's doable. It's just irritating. Like, I've never done a hot air rework, so I don't know what that's going to involve. Okay, all right, I'm going to assume that passed. I'll run a 3A. So what I got was, I believe is the correct type. It's a 9-chip parity RAM sim. That was listed on the Vogons thread. So my understanding is at that point, I just have to cut the traces on the board, run the bodge wires, and it should theoretically just work. I hope. But I have this distinct feeling it's going to be really irritating to do. There isn't a lot of room in that part of the case. I don't know if we could afford the headroom. It definitely would be something that would be a good PCBWay project to rewire to create a SIM adapter, but I don't even know if you could fit it, and you still have to get the edge connector in there. Well, I'm just going to live with the memory test, so if you've got memory sticks you want to send my way, my email is in my YouTube channel. But like I said, I'm pretty sure we can solve this. Okay, so I'm guessing that all of these is passing. So let me try this. Let's run the speed test. Okay. Like, should be... Okay, I guess the speed is working. And then let's just run the diskette change. Okay, remove disk, write protect. Okay. Just curious, if we remove the write protect and rerun that, what happens? Okay. I guess that all works. So return to control program. That's fine. I don't know why it reported an error there. I don't have the warp prog. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you could stop complaining to replace system board. Okay, here's where we get the big one. Chat, do we want to run the diagnostics or do we want to just format the drive? Okay, let's see here. Let's see what we have to say here. Yeah, I would love to take this all the way up to the limit. Like, I would... 4 is what I want, but I would really want to take this all the way up to 15. I already ran CheckIt on it. The problem is that CheckIt's missing a file, so I can't run CheckIt all the way through. I have to find the other file. Let's see here. Format now. So, 22 votes. Most people just want me to format it. 24. Oh, Democracy apparently wants me to... run all tests. Yeah, I think I want to run the format, though. So, format menu. Unconditional analysis, conditional, and surface analysis. Let's see here. ESDI low-level format. Like, is this how you actually do it? Let's see here. seems to, like, I'm pretty sure that this does a low-level format. Okay, oh, hold on. Used on the PSD, PS2, there are multiple ways to do this. Jumper configurations. And then there are reference disks to do this, but this is not a reference disk system. Apparently, we just need to run... Apparently, the utility is called LL format. Like, apparently you don't actually do it this way, like you do on the other ones. Okay, yeah, it's kind of split right down the middle, so I'm just looking at how you actually do this. Like, let's run surface analysis. Is this destructive? No, let's not do that. Let's see here. I think I just need to run this LL format. LL format? LL format. Backup copy. You know, let's just do an unconditional format here. We were already going to blow the disk away, so... Like... Is that actually how you do it? Hold on. Oh, hold on. The FreeBSD documentation has it. Format. Hard drives can be sectored, low-level format. Service sector, manufacturer's list. Mark all tracks bad. Waste space. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I would think that this is a low-level format, but I'm not actually certain. Read, verify, test cylinders, error detections, and corrections. Format menu. Like, what's the difference between conditional and unconditional format? Control A gives me a smiley face. Yeah, that was on a Western Digital disk. You know what? Let's just do it this way. I do want to back up the disk, but it's so dead. Okay, so unconditional format ignores errors. So I think we need to find an actual low-level format utility. I thought this could do it. Let me keep looking around, because I was near certain that Advanced Diagnostics could do it. Graphics. We'll come. Yeah, we'll just run the graphics test real quick. Yes, that's fine. Whole bunch of pretty colors. Video memory test. Still running that video memory test. Look at all the colors. Yep, that's fine. That's correct. That's correct. Wow, 80 by 30. I don't remember seeing that one normally. But the scaler is putting in work. Yeah, this is all looking correct. Video pages. Okay. Exit the main menu. Cool. System checkout is complete. Maybe it's here under setup. View configuration. Yeah, this looks like no different from the startup disk. All right, so let's run so if it is unconditional format, let's just run the unconditional format. Like, there's an old SSI game on here, but it's almost certainly been archived, and with the amount of disk corruption on here, I wouldn't trust anything I copied off here anyway. So, like, whatever. Okay. Like I said, I'm just debating if I want... You know what? Before we do this, let's at least back up that SSI game. Like, I don't have the manual for it, but I just want to make sure I'm not deleting anything I care about. Yeah, it's Pool of Radiance is the game on here. I know this has been archived. I have a copy of this for the Commodore 64. Is there anything? Yeah, disk copy and a Hercules driver. I don't remember what any... Oh yeah, Norton editor. This might be cool to keep. So you know what? I'm gonna grab... Let's grab this off. Hopefully we have the disk space for it. Okay. Like, I've never heard of Norton editor before. Oh, apparently it has been archived and saved before. Not this version, though. I think this is a different one. Hold on. What version is this? 1.3b. Okay, this is an unsaved version of it. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I have this actually saved and copied, because it's always cool to save programs that have not been archived before. You know what? We can back up the entire hard drive to floppy disks. I have enough of them. Like, I literally have enough of them. Let's do that. Like, let's do this properly. This is how you would have done it in the old day. I've got a whole bunch of floppy disks here. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to format. We're going to format this as our system boot disk, because this is what we're going to use to restore the system. I would have to install DAWs in the ThinkPad, and it's like, I don't really care enough to grab the low-level sectors. I just care about the files. I guess we could back it up to NetWare. We have to plug in the adapter. You know what? We can do that. Like, I've got the adapter right here. Let me shut the system down. Just restoring it's going to be a little annoying. Like, I kind of... Hold on. Let's see here. Do we want... Because I'm going to have to do a lot of stuff to back up to network, but I want to set up network too. So how do we want to do this? Okay. Because we could run disk... You know what? I kind of want to run disk dump, and I kind of want to do it both ways. So let me grab the Ethernet cord. Make sure my shirt is properly pulled down. Okay. The poll did not work correctly. The poll there was a polling problem. The ballot was slightly defective. Floppy or network. Floppy. All right. So I've never tried to use this Ethernet card. It's an 8-bit card, which is why I'm unhappy with it. I need to get a 16-bit version of this card. But it's probably worth trying, so let me turn this off. And let's just rotate this, because I just need to plug in the AUI adapter. turn you back. And I've got power on the AUI adapter. You can't see it because of where the camera was, but okay. Okay. Yeah, we have to create a boot disk with the tools. You know, we could use the network boot disk I have. Like, that's a thing. Where did I put that thing? I usually keep it over here. But it's probably in my piles of floppies. Hold on. I have a specific disk that is intended for this scenario, and I don't know where I put it. Hold on. 0. Here's all my Windows 98 disks. Like, it should be here with them. But apparently it isn't. Oh, hold on. It may be in the 486. Let me go grab something and go pull it out of the 486. You know what? I can't find it. Hold on. It's not in the, it was not in the 486. So it's either on my desk, which means I probably will never see it again. No, no, no. Where is my network boot disk? Like, I have a dedicated disk for doing this. Oh, wait, is that it? Hold on. Is it under? Ah, here it is. Nope, these are a bunch of questionable floppy disks according to my handwriting. I don't know where my network boot disk is. That's a little irritating. Is it under? No, it's not under. Okay, so we're going to have to install a network client. Okay, that's fine. Network is winning, so let's ask the next poll. Do we want back up to let's go with NetWare, because I actually know NetWare is more likely to work than not. So I did write the NetWare client to floppy disks. Yeah, here it is. NetWare client 3.2 for DAWs. And I have the NetWare server running. Okay, network client install. Hopefully this will run with this little memory. Driver disk. So I believe the driver disk, I have to put disk 2 in. Let's see here. I believe disk 2 is the driver disk. I don't know if the official client has a driver for this or not. It should. Okay. Oh, there we go. FreeCom Ethernet link, Etherlink 2. That's the drop. That's it. That's correct. I believe that is the correct frame. I don't remember how I set up the framing on this network. I think it's... Ooh, I'm actually going to have to check. Oh, I can edit it after the fact, so, you know, it's not that big a deal. All right. At least I don't have to do the workstation generation disk. That would just suck. At least the ODI client seems to be okay. Like, I really wish I knew what happened. I'll find it. I just have to look for it. Like, again, I don't care that much what's on this drive. Like, I'm not going to go looking through erase data. I might look into Synchronet or similar. Okay. All right. I always liked how the file extension is BWN, which I realize is before NetWare. But I've always interpreted that to be Brave New World with such networking in it. It's actually a great novel if you've never read it. The name Brave New World is... the novel itself was from the 1920s, and it itself is referencing The Tempest. It was the only Shakespeare play set in the New World. The full line being... it's something like such a brave new world and such people in it, because in the original novel, John is basically critiquing the dystopian society of Brave New World. Okay, see if this can actually load a network. Hey, look, it's actually loading a network stack. And it did not see it. So the question now becomes, why didn't it see it? My guess is the frame type is wrong. Like, it found the card, it talked to the card. Let's see here. Unless I've got the jumpers wrong, which I could. Hard drive is thinking about it. Okay. I think it's not using the twisted pair. I think it's trying to use the coax. And I just have to plug in my MacBook because dead battery. Like, I'm actually pretty sure it's trying to use coax here. Let me see here, hold on. Etherlink to coax versus AUI. Do I have to set a jumper? Like, I see the coax is... Here, let me reboot the system and let me look at the status lights. Like, is it actually trying to talk to the network when it talks? Because it could be one of several problems. Okay. Like, is it actually trying to talk to the network? Because I'm looking at the receive transmit light. Okay, so you're still rebooting. Yeah, I'm not seeing the transmit light go on, so I don't think it's trying to use the AUI adapter, but I don't know if you have to set a jumper on the board. Etherlink to manual. Technical reference manual. Okay, let's take a look at the technical reference manual. That is not actually what I want, because that is telling you how to write a driver for it. Okay. 300 jump. Let's see here. Etherlink to jumpers. Let's see here. Yeah. Freecom. So the jumper settings here. Okay, so we have to switch a jumper on the board to switch it over to use AUI. Because this is a coax. This is a coax board, so let's do that. So let's get the case off. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to tear that up. I haven't decided if I'm going to keep the price sticker on this thing or not. I probably will take it off at some point. Alright, so which jumper do I have to switch? That would be cable select cable, or cable select, and that is... Am I going to have to take this out? I'm probably going to have to take this out, aren't I? Etherlink 2... Here's where it's linked. Here's the I/O base. But I don't have additional jumper blocks. I know you guys can't see this super well. Am I looking at the right card? No, I'm looking at the Etherlink 1. You know, I have the original driver disk for this card, which I wrote out. There's probably a manual page on it that tells me exactly how to do this. Yeah, so there's no jumper to set the AUI mode, which is a little annoying. Make sure the camera looks good. Okay. I can do a multi-camera setup. It's how do I display it? Like, I'm running multiple capture cards as is. I have a setup disk. I don't know if it's the right one. Alright, like, I've never tried to use this card. It's been in my collection for a while. Here it is. Etherlink 2 drivers, MS-DOS OS2. Okay. Okay, diagnostics, diagnostic test. Yes. Okay, so test the network. Yes. Simple transmit failed. Transceiver type. Hold on. Did I set the wrong? No, I want change settings. 3, 1, external. Okay, so now that actually talked, so let's now do that. I don't think there's an echo server it's going to be able to talk to. This will probably fail. But it seems to be talking to the network. Yeah, okay, so I couldn't locate an echo server, but that's fine. 3C, 50C. Like, sometimes these have options. That doesn't really help. Yeah, it doesn't see it. I guess I would need to put the D option. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. Well, it's now waiting a lot longer before it stops, so I think now it's just a frame type problem. I just don't remember what the frame type is. It's been so long. Let me just get on the NetWare server so I can look at it. Load install. Okay, so the frame type is not Ethernet 2. It was actually... No, I saw it say FICNet on the reboot. And you know what, let's switch the terminal back. Oh yeah, no, it does say fin. Well, it says BNC TP. So why didn't that actually work? Let's see. Max frame, node selected, port selected. Connector is it? Selects the okay. There's no easy way to do multiple concurrent streams. Like, if you want me to switch it, I will switch it, but there's no good way to do this. Let me just install it by itself like that. Yeah, no, it still comes out as fin. We could try the Microsoft client. It might be less broken. I've never had great luck with the Microsoft client, but obviously something's less than happy here. Is there an actual driver here that I have not seen? There's a lot of junk files on this disk. I should delete some of these. Like, do I want to put this, like, E503 in config.sys? The server is online. I am checking that. Like, I just don't see any network activity when I look. Like, the AUI port is on, but I'm not seeing any life on it. And if we run the C3503, well, TP is BNC TP is twisted pair. So apparently you don't need to select it. Frame type is correct. Let me make sure this is bound correctly on this side, because I had some problems with this VM, but we've used this recently. Like, I shouldn't be having problems with this VM. Bridged adapter to Intel network. I'm just looking at my desktop settings. So which one is actually online? Yeah, that one's actually online. You're bridged just fine. I guess let me shut NetWare down and restart it. Maybe the VM is having problems. I occasionally have to reboot the VM if I've done a power cycle. Okay. Or I should say the machine has gone to sleep and come back. Alright, it's now mounting. Come on. I'm still waiting for NetWare to finish rebooting. Yeah, it's not seeing it. You know what, let's try the Microsoft client, since, you know, we're already here. The setup disk was able to talk to the network, so I don't know what exactly is going on. Like, it says the card is okay, so at least it's talking. Like, I've done this plenty of times before. Like, this is just my standard NetWare server. Like, let's see if the Microsoft client has more luck here. I've had problems with the NetWare client before on real hardware, but this is a new one. It is also possible that this card does not work. Okay, it's thinking about it. Now we only want to install actual NetBIOS because I have an NT4 server on this network. We don't have enough memory for this TCP IP stack. Okay. No, we don't actually want good performance. We don't have memory. Administrator. Run full client. Change network configuration. Look, that time it actually identified the card. So let me just add a protocol. I want net I don't have a BNC cable. Well, I checked the switches. The switches. There's no switches for this. I have other Ethernet cards. We can try a different one. But really, if we're going to do this as intended, we should just back up the whole system to floppy disk. Okay. Yeah, there's no jumpers on it. It's a software select. So we'll see if the Microsoft one is any less terrible. I'm not convinced that it will or won't be. I've never had good... I've gotten this client to work, but I've had a lot of problems with it in the past. But, like, if we were going to do this properly, we'd want to be using the IBM LAN requester. That would be what this system would have used. Where is disk 2? Because we're about to need that. Oh, no, there's a built-in utility for it. Like, doing backup to floppy is trivial. Okay, apparently I only needed that one disk. Alright, well, let's see what happens. Well, the thing is that when the majority wants me to suffer, I make more money because of ad revenue. So, I think... Is it booting? Oh, yeah, I guess it is booting. Has a slow hard drive. Okay. It ran out of memory. That did exactly what I thought it was going to do. This is a bloated network. Protocol. We only have 2. Wow. It's already used. We have no conventional memory left. Ow. That's why you don't use this driver. That hurts. I'm really hoping I can run sled, or I guess I could run that NE. Enter file name, protocol.n. Oh, this is quite nice. Okay, cool. Let's get rid of that. Probably I should just reinstall. Like, that's probably the smarter thing to do here. Interrupt 3. I think I just have to change these numbers to 0 and 0. Transceiver on board. I don't think that's... This setting probably has to be switched to the other one, but I don't know how you switch it to the other one. Let's see here. Transceiver. E-Link 2. What's the settings on this one? Protocol.in. Like, is Google going to have, like, exactly what I need? Probably not, but I could be optimistic. You know what? Let's see here. How do I get out of this? Usually it's F7. Nope, that prints. How do you... Let's see here. F3Q. Changes will be lost. Yes, that's fine. maybe that's all we're going to need. I gotta say, this is actually not a bad adder. I think I like it more than sled. Alright, let's see if that makes a difference. Well, let me see if we have enough memory to even load this thing. No, that was the NW link for using NetWare with Microsoft's drivers, but I have an NT4 system also running on this network. Yeah, because I commented out StartNet. Yeah, okay, we just don't have enough memory to do this. At least, not with the Microsoft client. So I'm inclined to just blow it all away. Okay. So with that being said, let's... Actually, I'm going to just flat out delete these. Wait, was Deltree in this version? No, it's not. Cool. All right, that is taken care of. So let's get... I believe this is our boot disk. I don't think this is our boot disk, but I think it's about to become our boot disk. Yeah. Format A. Like, I know I already formatted one, but I don't see what I did with it. Okay. Yeah. Yep, no delete tree on this version. So let's just transfer the system, because we have to put the backup utilities on this system. Let's see here. So how we're going to do this is we're just going to grab backup and restore. These are the very old versions of these commands. Or maybe it wasn't there wasn't a dedicated restore. Oh no, there is. Copy restore.com. Backup. See if I can remember how to do this. Backup the files, drives, or directory to back up. We want to save all subdirectories. And we are using high density floppy disks. Okay, and then I will grab a log file. All right. Insert backup disk 1. Pretty sure all these I can erase. Like, I grabbed this stack new. Yeah, it's fine. If I don't have anything written on the label, it's something I have a copy of. So let's let it do its thing. No, this is the actual MS-DOS 5 backup utility. I remember using this back in the day. I've never run a restore with it, though. And it does do compression. The only problem with this is it's going to restore parts of this to the wrong directory. Actually, we're going to have to copy the format and F disk because we're going to need those. Yeah, I remember. I know some people used PKZip. I remember using this. Actually, I should write a timestamp down. We haven't actually... Yeah, like, we're not doing anything super fast, but we are getting places. I'm curious how many disks this is actually going to take. Like, there isn't a... Like, at most, it's going to take about 15. Okay, so we are done with disk A. And see, it can span multiple disks if it needs to, which is nice. Well, before the age of defrag, this was how you defragmented your drive. You would back it all up to floppy disks, and then you would restore it. I mean, in this era, backing up the floppy was practical. It was only when you got to about 40 to 80 megabyte disks that it really stopped being practical. I knew a few people that used to pay for PKware, but the Phil Katz story is just depressing. You were supposed to back up more than that. What? No, that... What? There's more on the drive than just that. Oh. Oh, that's what happened. I was logged into the wrong folder. Okay, I need to quick format those disks then. Whoops. Okay, hold on. And while we're here... Format and F disk. Yeah, that should be all I need. Actually, I'll grab sys while I'm here. Because I'm going to need this to recreate the system partition. Alright, let's do some quick formats. Okay, and let's try this again. I mean, if you had an extended density drive, which this system doesn't, but they were semi-common in this era, backing up to 2.8 megabyte disks was not horrible. No, I already grabbed restore, but we'll make sure. Yeah, that's fine. Proceed with format. Yeah, I've got backup and I've got restore. So let's try this again. I think I forgot the slash, and that's why it had a problem. Okay. Yep, okay, now it's getting a whole bunch of files it didn't get last time. Yes, it will span multiple disks if it needs to. This was how, I was, like, the memory I have of this is using it to copy WordPerfect 6 from the desktop computer to the machine I was using as a laptop, because I didn't know where the original system disks were. Like, that's like a childhood memory I remember of doing this. Yeah, 2.8 megabyte disks were well supported, but they never took off anywhere. My next station has an extended density drive of all things, and it actually, some of it is used. Well, I'm feeling, like I said, the other purpose of this is that this is the longest I've had this machine on in a single session, so it's a good burn-in test. Okay. Okay. I've done DMI disks, not DMI, DMF disks. We did an entire stream of installing Windows 95 and 98 from floppy disks, and I wrote those disks. I have, like I said, I haven't been able to win an eBay auction for them. Like, they have shown up from time to time, but it's either absurd or someone actually outbids me on it. Like, I should probably set a search alert, because I only search for it every once in a while. So I just wrote those disks out myself from images. Because, like, I've got a bunch of copies of 98. It's in my MSDN CD box. It's like, whatever. Sorry, I'm just writing a little note to myself for later. Every once in a while I have these things. Okay, so that's Pool of Radiance. I just find it weird that, like, Norton editor is on here. Sort of makes me wonder if I should run undelete or unformat, but why? Yeah, I am seriously congested. Like, seriously. Do I have, like, a paper napkin? Next time I get up. I don't know if Donkey.Bass is here, so... It just brings back memories watching this. Alright, so now we're on to disk 3. You know, let me go find llformat.com while I'm looking for it, while this is running. Because apparently that's the utility that we need. LL format. Apparently it's actually on the startup disk. It's either on the startup disk or on the advanced diagnostic, so we'll check that in a moment. Model 3286 low level format. Let me just keep looking at this. Okay. Control A from the reference disk. Starter disk. Let's see here. Speed store does not apparently work on this one. Actually, IBM Museum has commented on this thread. It's a VCF thread that I'm looking at right now. Let's see here. Okay, so it is actually done through the advanced diagnostics disk. Okay. So it was correct. Okay, so that backup's done. It backed up everything to 3 disks. That's a little surprising. So we put that aside so we can restore that after. Let's put the advanced diagnostics disk back in. That's startup. Is that this one? Yeah, advanced diagnostics disk. Okay. All right. Like, I think we should have just backed up the floppy to begin with, but okay. All right. Like, it's not that I'm going on eBay for them. It's like, they would be nice to have, but I won't really go out of my way for it. Like, I should. I actually have a floppy-based, okay, floppy-based. So let's just do that low-level format. Okay, this is correct. Run tests. We want to test the fixed drive, 17. Let's do a format test. Unconditional. All data will be destroyed? Yes. Format buffer has been set for an interleave factor of 2. Run format program to put that into effect. Press enter to... I don't have the defect table. So we're just going to let it run. Yeah, your own post, IBM Museum, says it can't, so we're just going to run this. I guess it's running the low-level format. There it goes. I always feel bad formatting old hard drives, but in this case, it's what has to be done. Like, I always feel bad about this. I will say it's at least a little nicer from the AT, because the AT, I think it just sat at a prompt. It didn't even tell you what cylinder it was on. Well, like I said, there's not a lot of data. Like, it's a 20 megabyte hard drive. It's not a big disk. Alright. Yep. Yeah, like I said, I always feel bad doing this, but I know we have to if we actually want to use this system. Because this drive probably hasn't been low-leveled since it left the factory. Okay. Okay, it's now doing the defect thing. Format complete. I wonder how long a surface analysis will take. Yeah, let's let it run this. All defects, a hard copy is not needed. Run surface analysis. This might take a while. Okay. Alright. So, when did we start this? We started this timestamp, let's say 340. No, I believe it's a voice. It sounds like a voice coil drive to me, but it could be either. I mean, this is going decently fast. This will probably take only about 20 minutes. Like, this was going to be a boring make work stream regardless. Like, there was no way to make this one super interesting, but I have to do this, so. Yeah. Yeah, so this will be about 10 minutes. This is the official IBM tool for this machine, and the hard drive is still talking, so probably for the best. Oh, that's a bad sector. Oh no, it actually seems to recover it after doing a seek. All right, I'm gonna go blow my nose while this runs. Alright, so now we just kind of get to sit here and chill. I kind of wish we could play NetHack easily. So, yeah. Well, I mean, I said it sounds like it may not be. Like, it's a pretty noisy drive, and we're definitely seeing some cylinder stuff, but let's see what let's see what the Microsoft, the Intel tools have to say on the subject. Some IDE drives can be low-leveled. It's not. There's no official way to do it in the ATA standard like there is on SCSI, because SCSI has SG format. But like Maxter drives and some early Seagates shipped with a utility disk that could do it. Like. I always find it amusing how many people... I can't believe we have 105 people at 12:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. In fact, this seems to be one of my more successful streams. I'm like, what? Okay. Yeah, so I'm saying, when did I write that little note about when we started this? So, yeah, it's doing about 100... Yeah, it's going to take about 10 to 15 minutes to run this, which is not a bad thing. And then we'll rerun Disk Doctor and see what it says about the drive health. So, Yeah, time is relative. Maybe I could have done that OS2 stream tonight. Well, it's good to know. I miss going down to Mexico. I haven't been outside. I've only traveled twice since the start of the pandemic, and I haven't been outside the country. 18 or 19, I would say, was the last time I actually left. I'm still not crazy about doing travel in the pandemic, in the post-pandemic. I don't want to say post-pandemic because COVID is still here, but oh, it's nice to see Canada. Someone we have someone from Manitoba here. Manitoba is one of the few Canadian provinces I haven't been to. I haven't been to Northwest Territories. I haven't been to Nivette. I haven't been to Saskatchewan, and I haven't been to Manitoba. I've been to the other ones. I've been to British Columbia. I've been to the Yukon. I've technically been to Alberta, although I really just put a foot there because Dawson Creek is right there. I've been to Quebec. I've been to Ontario, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Although technically I haven't been to Labrador. And Nova Scotia. I've also been out to Saint Paraky and what the hell's the name of that? And Montique. Why do I feel like I'm missing a Canadian province? I feel like I'm missing one there. Hey, look, we're on 486. Okay. Yeah. Like, I mean, we have a lot of standard stuff, so it's definitely taking its time with this drive. Like, this is reseeking several times. Okay. I've been to British Columbia. I think I drove all the way to and from Alaska. Obviously, I should have gone through British Columbia at some point. Okay, so this is not going as fast as it was before. Because, Sad Mac, you've heard me talk about Canada before. I have my doubts that this hard drive is okay, but I mean, it's still going, so let's see. See, my biggest criticism with not SpeedStore, but with SpinRite, is it will do in-depth testing of bad sectors, and it will sometimes mark a bad sector as good if it passes the SpinRite test. But I feel like if a bad sector has ever been marked bad, unless you are desperate for storage, you should never mark it good. Yeah, I'm surprised it's not all that consistent. Yeah, as long as the defect list is not growing, I'm okay with that. That's why I wrote down the number of failed sectors. Before we did the low level, we had 395 failed sectors, or 202 752 bytes of dead data. So now that we've done that, we can rerun all the utilities and see if that sector defect list is growing. Okay. I went to DC for to help a friend, and I went out to the. I have been on an airplane, but I had to think really long and hard before I did it, and I was wearing a mask both coming and going. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've been to Canada, but I live to Rochester. I mean, you're right there. I mean, I've gotten stranded in Pearson Airport, but you know what? Maybe all of Canada exists in Pearson Airport, and everything outside of Pearson is just a shared hallucination. Because I've never met anyone from Toronto who can tell me that Pearson Airport actually exists, but I know Pearson Airport exists because I've been through it multiple times. I've been stranded there. Because I've been stranded in Pearson Airport, I have actually entered the United States through a diplomatic lane at Rainbow Bridge, and I am a U.S. citizen. It involved a hitchhiker and a rental car. Like, when you're going to take a hitchhiker over the border, I didn't think to ask. The question I ask is, do you have the paperwork to enter the United States? Which was yes. What I didn't ask is, are you a diplomat entering the United States? And he was. He had an A4 visa. I probably should tell that story. I think I have told that story, but maybe a different night. Yep. So, yeah, for those who don't know, all Canadian airport codes start with Y, or if you're going with the CICO code, CY. I've been stranded in a lot of places in a lot of countries. I've done the 24-hour layover in Hong Kong. Like, that's the stereotypical jet setter layover is the 24 Hong Kong. That one sucks. There's a lot. It's a nice airport, but there is nothing to do in Hong Kong. Like, it's shopping and business, and that's it. I think the only place worse that I've actually spent significant time in is Macau. Like, I've enjoyed Beijing. I enjoyed Shanghai, but I don't have to see Hong Kong again to be happy. Yeah, I went to college in Rochester. I've done 5 or 6 Western New York winters. You know, and I enjoyed Tahoe's. Well, I shouldn't say enjoyed. I am well familiar with the Garbage Plate and both Duff's and the Anchor Bar. Duff's is probably one of the best wing places in Buffalo. Anchor Bar is kind of overrated. I've taken hitchhikers long distances before, but in that particular case, I was flying back from Berlin, and I was living in Rochester at the time, so the itinerary was ROC, YYZ, and I believe it was into Tegel. I don't think they had the new airport running at that point, but I'd have to check. I'm pretty sure it was Tegel, though. So on the way back, it was January in Rochester, or January over Lake Ontario. So that went about as well as you expected. I got stuck in Toronto. I decided to rent a car and just drive around the lake because, like, I really just wanted to go home. Like, this had been a long and miserable trip. And I was recovering from figuring out how to make FTL an actual thing. So, yeah. I mean, Darien, I rented a permanent place, but I basically did that for many, many years. Yep. Okay. So. Okay. Sorry, I was just catching up, looking closer at chat. Yeah, this is still running pretty slow, but I mean, it's going. There's probably a fair number of dead sectors on this drive. I kind of wish we had a printer hooked up. Yeah. Well, I figure if I'm in the area, I might as well try it. Like, the first time I went to Chicago, it was actually it was part of a cross-country road trip with my father. I had never been to Chicago before. Chicago, I have a weird history with. Like, I've spent a lot of time in and O'Hare. I've only been to Midway once. But Chicago is like the one city beside that I really feel close to home at because of how crowded Chicago is. Like, Chicago is a lot like New York City. Extensive public transport, a lot of 24 stuff. It's not a bad place to live, and it's not as expensive as New York. Although I actually, YouTube algorithm has actually gave me a reason to go to Cadman, New Jersey, which is like, I don't want to go to Cadman, but I got recommended a video about the battleship New Jersey, and they just found the nuclear launch keys. And I'm like, an Iowa class vessel. Like, I knew the Iowa class was held well to the 80s and 90s. I didn't realize there was an Iowa class in New Jersey at Cadman. So now I've got a reason to go see it. Like, I've been to the Intrepid. I've done most of the major museum ships in this. I didn't realize the battleship New Jersey was in Cadman. Yeah. So, definitely. Yep. I haven't... The Bronx has been less bad, but what's been happening in the Bronx is it's starting to undergo gentrification. This is what happened to me in Brooklyn. And, like, now you've got the neighborhoods getting a lot nicer. So you've got high, now you have a lot of people getting displaced as buildings are getting capped, but then the bubble's going to collapse. And then it's going to be like living near Myrtle Place in Brooklyn, again. It just came up in my recommendations yesterday. Like, I'm not, my father was huge on World War II history. Like, he actually played full pen and paper war games. Like, when I was a kid, he used to set up World in Flames, which was this giant table-eating monstrosity simulating both the war in Europe and the war in the Pacific, and he has played it through to the end. Like, I don't play World War II games anymore, because I find glossing over some aspects of World War II to be kind of uncomfortable, which all the games do, except to some degrees some of the political 1933 games at least talk about the words that I can't say without getting demonetized, and I'm not going into this deep of a politics session without, as is. I shouldn't say politics, but I don't want to go into a topic this heavy willy-nilly. But it's really why Paradox games, and specifically, like, it's not ideal, but I play a lot of Europa Universalis 4. Stellaris has been my recent Paradox time sink. I'm waiting for Vicky Free to get a couple DLCs, and then I probably will lose far too much of my life to that game. Yep, we are doing... we did the low-level format. We're running the surface analysis right now. Yeah. Yeah, like, I remember, like, we used to watch it on a loop. Like, we would always have... We had, at the time, it was TLC cable and then Cablevision. Like, we would just have the TV permanently tuned to the History Channel, so I got to watch World War II in color. They would run episodes of MASH on occasion, which was fascinating. Like, that show is an incredible time capsule. Yep. Yeah. Like, this, we're talking about 90s, and, like, I will say that one of the things I hugely appreciate, and I think is I don't remember exactly where I learned this, is because I'm pretty sure this comes from my father, but I don't know that for a fact. I have a huge love of history. I always have. Obviously, I do retrocomputing, but that's because I'm good at it. But pretty much anything historic will at least get my attention, if nothing else, because you're looking at artifacts of an era that has long gone away. Like, I have been to the Great Pyramids. Like, to see something that literally predates the literal Common Era, or Anno Dominus, Year of Our Lord, AD, is outstanding. Knowing it was built with human labor and it's not completely known how it was done. Like, to see the ones in Cairo is something else. And I rode a camel out there, like, on a guide. Yeah, I mean, it was really astounding to see that firsthand. Next time I get out to Europe, I want to see the Atlantic Wall, and I want to see more of the war. I've seen almost all the major American Civil War ones. Like, I've been to Gettysburg, I've been to Antietam, I've been to Fredericksburg. I want to say I've been to some of the forts. I don't remember all the ones I've been to. I've been to Vicksville. There's a few other ones I've been to, but those are like all the real major ones that I can think of. Yep. Christopher, I understand it to some degree. I mean, I was a volunteer firefighter. I chose to put myself in the line of danger. The only reason I didn't go into the military is my family, and more specifically my mother, was very strongly against it. I don't know if I would have actually made it through basic. My health issues were starting to become pretty serious at that point, but I got through fire basic by the skin of my teeth, and I was active for 4 years, and I've been in more than a few immediately hazardous to health and safety environments. Like, sure, I wasn't a soldier, but fire will never hesitate. I mean, yeah, I really hate when it gets real conspiracy theory. Like, I remember when sci-fi had Ghost Hunters, and I watched it for a fair bit, but it became very clear that they weren't putting, like, they may be documenting some unusual activity, but they aren't putting any sort of scientific rigor on it. And there's some clear signs that many of the quote-unquote paranormal has been staged. So, like, whatever. We're now down to 190. Yeah. So, like, you know, I did my bit. I figured, okay, if I'm not going to do military, I'm still going to do civil service of some kind. The way I had actually never intended to go fire. Like, I started on the college ambulance, and I kind of, like, shifted a few times. For me, it has always been a more, it's always been a defining need to serve. Like, to help people is the best way I can describe it. Like, when I was little, and I mean, I was probably like 6 to 8, I seriously considered taking up, like, becoming a priest. Like, I was raised Roman Catholic. I seriously considered it. I didn't do it, but that drive has been part of me for as long as I can remember. For a lot of people, especially volunteers, it's more the thrill of it, but the people that go in for their own reasons. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it's come down to. Like, I don't mind, like, if you were to do, like, I really enjoyed Flying Wild Alaska and Deadliest Catch, because those professions largely are not doctored. Like, I lived in Alaska. Like, I was in Anchorage. I wasn't in the bush, although I've been out there. I've been both to Prudhoe and, like, if you've ever watched Ice Road Truckers, I've done it. I literally took the Dalton up to the edge of the planet. And I gotta tell you, like the way I've described it is, I went out for a drive, and I kept going until I literally ran out of road. And I gotta tell you, like, Ice Road Truckers doesn't put the desolation. Like, once you go past Fairbanks, civilization ends. And on the Dalton, you have a 240-mile gap between Prudhoe Bay and Coldfoot. Coldfoot's approximately the halfway point. You also have Wiseman there. Yep. It's I should upload the photos at some point. It's one of the most phenomenal things I've ever seen. Was out there crossing the Aleutian Pass, and then you're literally driving on a gravel highway on top of permafrost. Like, I can't even describe what that's like. And it was about 800 miles on gravel round trip on a crossover SUV with two-wheel drive that was never meant to be driven to Alaska, let alone driven to the Arctic Circle and beyond. Like, you can get within a kilometer of the Arctic Ocean, and I did the refinery tour. Like, I got to go stick my hand in the Arctic Ocean, and I've been to it's not called Barrow anymore, although it was at the time. What's the modern name? Or I should say the indigenous name. I can't even... I'm not even going to try and pronounce it because I will butcher it. I didn't make it to Point Barrow, which is the most geographically north location of Barrow. It's about 10 miles by ATV from Uquai Vec. Like, I had to ride on a 737 Combi to get up there. Yeah. Like, I've never got into Survivor Man. Like, Survivor Man if it's the show I'm thinking about, it's like the one where they drop one guy in the middle of nowhere, get back to civilization, or survive for X days. Like, I don't know why, but that show bugs me for some reason. Like, if I really want middle of nowhere experience, Top Gear does that better. Or, well, Grand Tour did. Although Clarkson has blown up his career yet again. Like, I was a huge Top Gear fan. Like, it's hard to support the show these days. Like, as the Grand Tour. But, okay, we are in the final set of sectors. 84, 83. We are almost there. Like, the shows I remember watching the most, like, as a kid, it was mostly Cartoon Network. Like, that's the one I remember. Like, I never got into Nickelodeon, although I do remember watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. The not Korra, but the original. That one I remember watching on Nickelodeon. Like, that's the only show I remember. No, actually, I do remember SpongeBob and Rocko's Modern Life, but that's about it. Like, Nickelodeon, I don't remember super well. Let's see here. And then as I got older, it tended to be a lot more Discovery. Like, I remember watching all of Mythbusters, Flying Wild Alaska. Like, I had that set up on the DVR to record Flying Wild Alaska. Probably some other ones. It used to be Friday was the big one, like, because that was Stargate, Stargate Atlantis, and Battlestar Galactica. Oh, I forgot about Doug. I never got into that one. I remember Hey Arnold, because Hey Arnold was not dissimilar to a lot of what City Life was like. Like, that is not a bad time capsule to the go to school living in a major city, because my last high school was in Manhattan, and that is actually a pretty good... It's similar to how I remember it to a good extent. My high school was much smaller than that, though. I was born in 88, so, like, this PS2 is only slightly younger than I am. Yep. Like, I will say that I've probably taken a lot of inspiration from Adam Savage in my life. Well, we're almost to the end of this. Current cylinder is 24, 23, 22, 23. Just kidding. I know what you're talking about, but I don't know how to put it into words. I'd have to think about that one. Okay. So, Sector 12, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Defect threshold has been exceeded. Usable capacity has fallen below 20 megabytes on a fixed drive. Oh, that is not a good sign. It's flagging it. Oh, that is not good. That looks like it may have had a head crash at one point. Look how much of that is. That's a lot of defects. All right. I think I want to run the full test. Okay. All right. All right, it's running the tests. No, it's not all sectors bad. Let's see how bad it actually is. I think I'm going to try a spin right on this drive. I will try calibrate, but spin right might bring it back. I don't need it. The thing is, I just need it to be semi-reliable. Pixie Boot wasn't until was standardized in 1997. I don't know when it was first commercially available. In this era, it was Ripple. We're going to find out how much storage is left. Let's let it run the seek test. Oh, that is a sound coming out of that. I am tempted to run, like I said, I kind of want to try replacing the capacitors on this drive and see if it comes back. Like, the more we exercise the drive, there's a better and better chance it comes back. That is a sound. Like, chat, can you hear that? Like, let me kill the music. That was close. You know what? Hold on. I can take the microphone off the stand. That is a sound. Yeah, it looks like it may have had a head crash at one point. Like, for something of this era, it wouldn't have been surprising if someone... Oh, now this is not staying. Okay. Yep. Yeah, it's entirely possible that... I mean, it passed all those tests. Let's run Disk Doctor on it. All right, so hold on. Shut down. Where's our backup disks? That's here. I would probably need to get a second microphone to do that, but we could try. Sputnik in distress. I love that line. That is possibly the best line. Okay. At least it's holding its time and date. It may not be able to store data, but at least it's consistent. Let's see if we have a partition. Oh. Oh, I didn't expect that. The F-Disk utility is in IBM Blue. Okay, yeah, so there's no partitions defined. Create a primary partition. Mark the partition as active. Okay, because now we need to format it, and then we have to run... I actually do remember at least one of my ICQ numbers, but I don't know if it's a good idea to put that on. Like... There's some things that are probably better left forgotten. Let's see how screwed we are. All right, it's writing the format. We're now putting a file system on it. So that took about 40 minutes. That trying to recover allocation unit. I have never seen that message before. Look at that. It's actually trying to it's actually looking at the bad blocks table from the system diagnostic, and it's rechecking to see if it's bad. I never used PC DAW's FDisk. We never had IBM compatibles in my house. It was all what I remember are Packard Bells. Yep. Well, it's starting from the last cylinder and working backwards. Okay, it's still testing. Actually, it's at the end of the drive because it's recovering that allocation unit. Yep. The bad blocks table is stored at the very beginning of the drive, if I remember correctly. There's a few. The original ICQ is still up. Like, ICQ outlasted AIM. Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see what it says. The print summary screen will tell us if it's better or worse. Yep, there it goes. All right, I'm gonna stand up and stretch while this runs. So I'll be right back. Oh. All right, I'm back. Just give me a moment. I'm just checking some things. That's a lot of allocation units. It's just having problems with. I have this horrible feeling this drive is like completely toast. Or it's probably on its last leg. Maybe it'll come back. I'm just debating if I really want to spin write this drive, but I think I'm going to need a full megabyte of memory to do it. Like, I don't think you can spin write on this little hard drive space. So, there's a couple of Oscar emulators. Well, I'm curious on how much disk space it's going to not have when it's done. Like, how dead is this hard drive really? But I have this feeling this hard drive is entirely shot. Yeah, I think. All right, let me figure this out. Spin right, high minimum requirements. Like, what does spin right actually require? 5 to 10 clean boot disk. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna buy a copy of SpinRite. Like, I hate, I hate dropping $90 for a utility that has been effectively obsolete for 2 decades, but I don't like it's still sold, so it's like, ugh. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen the recover allocation error before. Like, I'm curious if this will even successfully format. Like, it's also completely possible that this drive is like, if the number of bad sectors doesn't change significantly, like, I have written down here that we had 200 and 2,752 bytes lost to bad sectors. We could, like I said, I could try recapping the drive. But I'm not optimistic. SpinRite 3.1 requires 350 kilobytes of RAM. Okay. The thing is that a utility like SpinRite is no longer useful. Like, if the last time I've checked, SpinRite has not significantly changed since the 90s, and I feel like it's become snake oil, even though it used to do something. Yeah. Just to find a freestanding hard drive that would work as is, I would pay more than I paid for the actual system. Okay. So, you know what? Let me see here. What does buying SpinRite require? Like, I don't think I really want to run SpinRite tonight, but SpinRite, let's see here. If I want to purchase SpinRite, if I just want to buy it, yeah, you can't even do it through PayPal. You have to put your credit card number into um, the GRC websites. Like, yeah, I'm not doing that tonight. I don't have to dig out my credit card. Yeah, I could try calibrate, but SpinRite can sometimes bring back. The problem is that I don't know if this is an actual Surface problem. Like, from the way it's acting, I think this drive has had a head crash at some point in its life. So, I should probably just send him an email and ask, like, would you consider allowing, like, SpinRite 4 would be the right version for this era. Like, would you consider making it available for vintage computer people trying to save old hard drives? But I don't know. It's like, sometimes you'd be surprised what people will do when you just ask. Well, it's now formatted 25% of the way there. Well, the drive should have auto parked, but yeah, I have this horrible feeling it's had a head crash. Like, the way it's acting tells me it's got a head crash. But that's actually not a horrible bad sign. As long as I run bad blocks, this drive should be usable. Here's the reason that I am interested in running, I shouldn't say interested, but the reason why I would like to keep this drive is if I run Xenix on this system, I'm going to have problems with a SCSI card. I'm probably going to have problems with OS2 and SCSI, but it's less bad. And a 16-bit IDE controller might also have problems, but I'm thinking 16-bit IDE may be the way we're going. Yep. I mean, I could contact him, but I can't imagine he's going to spend the effort to make a 286 work. Yep. I mean, it could also be the drive capacitors have said goodbye, although I would assume they have more problems, although this is really having issues. Like, I'm not even convinced it's going to finish the format. Like, when I formatted the MFM drive for the compact portable, which I don't have installed in that system, but I do have it, it took a long time to just deal with like 10 track. It had like one area of the drive that had just said goodbye over the decades. Oh, the bots have come. Okay. Like, if it didn't involve me pulling out my credit card while I'm on stream, just because that seems like a really bad idea. Traveling TARDIS, I'm amused by that comment. They haven't. That was the first time they've shown up in a while. Okay. This drive should be auto parking, but the Advanced Diagnostics disk has the park utility on it. But an ESDI, hold on, have I moved this system significantly? Like you know, I didn't even think about parking the discs. This is an auto park? Auto park. I worry that I may have done that because, you know, I didn't even think about parking the drive on this one. I didn't think you had to do it on anything besides the old MFM drives. I haven't moved this system significantly. Like, it hasn't come off the table since I powered it on, so it's probably okay, but... yeah. Yeah, I think the drive has said goodbye, although it's still making progress. I'm curious on how many sectors are going to be free when it's actually done. Well, the thing is that there was a parking option in the Advanced Diagnostics, but it's entirely possible that that's old and obsolete. Yeah, like, I could entirely believe that I accidentally didn't park this drive. Like, well, not me, but the previous owner did. Because, like I said, this has not come off my table. Well, we only had 202 kilobytes of bad sector, so it is possible that the drive will come back. Like, the drive will still be usable. It's just going to take a while. I just have no idea how far it's got to go. I guess it's probably going to go, it has to get up to 10,000. Yeah, that sounds about right. If it has to get up to 10,000, because that's what all the other utilities. Yeah, so we're at 28%. Oh, and back to recovering units. The way you park in SSDs, you just put it in the passenger seat of your car and you call it good. I don't think it's a mechanical failure because we would have seen many more errors if something has mechanically checked out on this drive. Yeah, I don't want to crack this drive open because it is working at least partially. But running CompSurf on this drive would be torture. Okay, 29%. Oh, yeah, you know, it does sound like that, like a heart rate monitor in a hospital. That I didn't even think about, like, now I'm going to keep thinking about that. I do think I'm going to want to put a 16-bit ESA adapter. I think I'm just going to have to go compact flash on this one. Like, I didn't really want to go down that road, but I am thinking that is the correct option. Yeah. Well, if it was degraded magnetic material, I would assume a low level would have brought it back. Although, we'll see what the actual format says when all's said and done. I actually failed. I had so much. The thing is that I took my road test in New York City, so I know for a fact that parallel parking sucks. I really should check the capacitors in this drive. Oh, I really don't want to do that, but I guess I'm probably going to have to. Oh, look, it's actually formatting. And then it stops formatting. Well, if there's rust on the drive, the thing is that the only way it could get rust on the drive is if it oxidized, and it's supposed to be sealed unless there's been a vacuum failure. But if it has rusted, then then an entire head would be dead. Yeah, I'm kind of invested in seeing if we can bring this drive back in some regard. Like, because these magnetic drives are becoming very rare. Like, unless you scrounge around and pull them out of another system. Okay, 32%. Okay. Yeah, well, the story arc is trying to format. This may have been why, like, this machine was last touched in 2008. Like, I feel like someone tried to make a vintage gaming machine out of it and failed. Let's see here. 335. Oh, no. Now it's actually formatting. Until it stops formatting. The thing is, even if I lose a whole platter, the drive itself still works, which is, at least for now, still works. But I have this horrible feeling it's probably gone. Yeah, I mean, the pattern looks like it's matching SCANDISK. Like, once we run Disk Doctor, we'll see what the actual pattern looks like. Because this is writing out the file allocation table. What kind of sucks about this is it means running HPFS on this drive is going to be a very questionable thing, but I don't think HPFS would really help on this system. Oh, this drive's been running for quite a while at this point, so yeah. I mean, this is looking about the same we saw with SCANDISK and Disk Doctor. All right, let me take a look on. Let's take a look on eBay. Like, what is a 16-bit IDE controller going to set me? Like, it shouldn't set me back much. I just don't want one with a floppy on it. Like, I feel like I'm going to have to go SCSI because I don't think... How do I disable... Because the... Let's see here. Model 3286 disable HDD. There's probably a jumper somewhere. Okay. Factory drive replacing... So there is no Molex connector, but there is a Vogon's thread talking about it. 20 megabyte adlib... Let's see here. Maxter, blah, blah, blah. Interlink interserver. Apparently, you can swap the PSU with an AT style one, and it will work. Because it is a P6 connector on it. It's the same as the original AT. So, the problem is then the power switch would not actually work. Okay. Okay, so there is actually a way to do it. There is actually... Someone has documented the pinouts to put a Molex connector on this thing. It's actually not that bad. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Like, this is entirely doable. It's going to suck, but it's entirely doable. Like, I guess the question's going to boil down to, do we spin right the drive? Like, it won't be a tonight thing. Like, I have to get spin right, and then I have to figure it out. Like, spin right will run for days. The problem with adding an IDE card is I believe the ESDI interface will conflict. I'm not entirely sure of that, but it's likely to. But the thing is, if I put... Oh, hold on. I'm having a thought. I'm having a thought. Hold on. I just had an idea. Okay, so hold on. I got... Hold on. Let's see here. I've got this. Okay. This is an AH. Let me switch the camera view so you can see what I'm doing. I have this. This is an AHA 1542 adapter. The reason I suddenly thought of this is I thought about using this internal plug, but there's an external plug on this thing. I could just plug it into the external chassis I have sitting on the desk for this purpose. And actually, there is a jumper here. What is this jumper for? There is a capacitor on here, but it doesn't look like it's leaked. Like, some of these like, I don't know if that card works. I've never tried it. And this was the other one that I might throw in there. I have this Etherlink 3, which at least has the full connector on it. It's still a BNC card, but there's that. Is the camera not actually updating? No, it is. It is. Okay. There we go. So there are things we can do. Yep. The thing is, I don't know how the chips. The thing is that if the controller is actually on the drive, then having the drive plugged removed will completely remove it from the system. But there might be still something listing on the same I/O port. But I think putting a SCSI drive in actually makes more sense. Like, because the reason for that is the thing is I would really want an IBM SCSI controller. But I should be able to get that working. Like, that would actually work. Like, I bought that card for use with the Cursed 486. But I think having a SCSI card in this system makes more sense. Okay. Well, this machine won't run Linux. Like, this machine will not run Linux. I've got other utilities I can run on it. Like, I don't know if I'm really going to speed write it. I could even look on. Wow, I didn't even realize there was dip switches on this thing. Like, at this point, the drive has been low leveled, and we'll see what Calibrate can do with it. Yeah, what I would do is I would buy it, and then I would send an email to GRC and see if I can get an old version. So it's not a big deal. Worst case scenario, I buy it, he doesn't respond, and then I'll just, like, I've done what I can. Okay. Still going. It's a very long, very slow format. But since we're not likely to do any networking, I'm going to just down my NetWare server. No point in having that running. Yep. I mean, I wonder if I looked on eBay, like, I wonder if you can find copies of SpinRite for, like, it would be probably SpinRite 4 on eBay. Apparently SpinRite is a brand of yarn, according to eBay. Huh. Okay. So today we've learned where is Steve said that? Because if I can just get the old version, then I'll just do, like, I don't mind paying for utilities, I just don't want to do it on air. Yeah. I could find an old one easily enough. Yeah. Yep. Old equals cool. What did you see? Like, I don't know what you have been. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know where chat is compared to me in terms of lag, so there's that. Yeah. I'll look at it. Like, I'll look at it. Like, it's not that, like, it's $90. It's not that expensive. I just want to wait until February 1st because that's when Patreon pays me out. Google, I don't actually remember when the next Google cycle is. It's coming up. Yeah. So, like, the problem is I've spent a lot of money in the last 3 months dealing with business and incorporation stuff. So I'm trying not to spend more money if I can avoid it. Okay. I actually enabled super thanks on my stream and videos. Like, the VOC will now have super thanks. I might enable channel memberships. I really don't want to do that for a lot of reasons. Like, to enable super, YouTube takes such a large cut, which is what irritates me. They take a 30% cut over over nothing. Like, I understand it for ad revenue. Even super chat's like okay, but the channel membership cut really irritates me. I know it won't fix a drive, but I want to know if this drive, like, if the drive has had a head crash, it will tell me if the drive is still mechanically sound. So, like, as long as the drive is mechanically sound, I can work with a 15 megabyte hard drive. Although I'm more and more inclined to put the SCSI card in this system. Like, even if I don't use a SCSI drive, that would let me put a SCSI to SD in here. Like, let me actually look at that. If I get a SCSI to SD, does that need external power? Yes, it does. So I'm still no. It's sorry. You know, it's a blue SCSI these days, isn't it? Like the blue SCSI. I'm guessing it still requires. Yeah, it still needs external power to run the Teensy, but that should be entirely doable. Like, this card has a Molex pen on it. Yeah, because this says FD1 on it on this card. Although the pins are bent, but I can fix that. So let me see if I can find the manual for this card. Like, is this actually a floppy header on here? So this is an HA5242. Host adapter with floppy control. Okay, cool. I think I found the manual. Nope, that was not the manual. Installation guide. AdaptTech. J1 is what? So J1 is external LED connector. Okay, so that's not actually useful because that's assuming you're running a SCSI floppy drive, which exist but are rare. But this is an FDC. Wait, hold on. Let me see here. J3. Okay, so this one's missing the floppy connector on it. It just has the external LED lamp on it. So we are going to have to modify the PSU if I want to use an internal drive, but I can use an external drive with this system, no problem. Hey, it's 0. Can the blue SCSI work without external power? Like, it looks like it's supposed to take it. Like, a blue SCSI in this system sounds like it might be the way to go. There are some things that I would want to do a mechanical drive for. Like, let me see here. Is there an OS2 driver for this thing? HA420 OS2. Because this was a pretty well supported thing. Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we'll be able to manage it because it says installation tips for OS2 1.3. So it looks like it's actually possible. Like, that would even let me run put a CD-ROM drive on this system. Like, I don't know what I would do with a CD-ROM drive on a 286, but I could do it. Yeah, I'm actually thinking SCSI is the way to go here because SCSI would be more like, essentially this is a workstation class machine. Like, we don't think of it as such, but this is essentially an entry-level workstation because it was meant to run OS2 and also support DAWs. So once I upgrade the memory in it to 4 megabytes, this is about the same as a Model 80. A 16-bit, ISA versus microchannel is not going to make a difference on a 286. Like, you're not going to max out the bus because the processor is too slow. So I'm inclined to throw the SCSI card in here. Like, we'd still need a bunch more utilities, but that is definitely progress. Like, yeah, even if I can't use this drive, at least it looks nice. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with getting a Raspberry Pi, the problem with that one's getting a Raspberry Pi, but there's multiple places on logic board that I can pull up 5 and 12 volts. Like, I could even pull that up at the ISA connector. So it's not hard. Like, I can modify the PSU to put a Molex connector on it. I could modify an ISA slot, and I could pull up from the 5 and 12 volt rails there. Like, it's not an insurmountable issue. And the plus side here is now we know that everything else is okay. So, aside from this hard drive. So really, it just comes down to is I need to find the memory for this system. Like, I'm surprised that no one has made such a thing. Like, the PS2 line of systems are really common, but no one wants to work on them. And being an IBM BIOS system is really important for OS2 related shit. Especially if I want to run the IBM OS2 versions. Because this system has a BIOS. It's still trying to format. Like, it looks like it's more than halfway there. Like, Retrospectator did a long video talking about bringing back a Seagate drive, but I have this distinct feeling it's not going to be any different. Like, I wish it would show me what percentage it's actually been there. The problem with the XT IDE is it's not actually an IDE hard drive. You really, if you can use them on any ISA slot, but they really are meant to be used on 8088s or as just a quick and dirty disk transfer. So, I mean, that is an option. Yeah. Tech-Elect makes so many weird and awesome stuff. Like, I have their RGB to HDMI adapter because I couldn't figure out what you needed to build one. Let's see here. What else am I thinking of? Yeah, I'm like, let me see here. Can I find an actual IBM SCSI adapter? Like, what was the... I know there was one. Like, what was the official IBM SCSI 16-bit adapter? What was that thing called? I'm going to assume that IBM Museum has gone to sleep, who is the person that would have, like, known this off the top of their head. And the reason I would want an IBM one is because it would have the IBM... It would have the IBM option ROM on it and not the Adaptec one. Let's see here. ISA. Okay, so here it is. No, this is PCI. Announced in 2000. So they did exist. There was specifically hold on. When was SCSI? When did SCSI first come out? Because I think SCSI is too new for this system. SCSI was first standardized when? 86, actually. So it does actually predate this system. I mean, that Adaptec board will work fine. As long as the board itself is not dead, it'll be fine. Oh, 52%. Maybe it'll even start moving. Oh, nope. Still trying to recover. I mean, it's still going. It's more than halfway. The problem is I need an ISA one, not an MCA one, which quite possibly never existed. I'm inclined to go SCSI. There's two problems with doing that. Now that I think about it, OS2 1.0 and 1.1 will not install on a hard drive larger than 32 megabytes. I don't know if that's a partition or an actual drive size limitation, but I know it exists. I do have a bunch of zip drives. Like, I haven't tested any of them, but I do have them. I think I even have all the adapters you would need. Yeah, if this was microchannel, I'd have a lot fewer options, although microchannel SCSI cards are actually pretty common. Like, I would have a chance at finding a microchannel SCSI card. No, I've got one sitting right here. I've got an Adaptec card with the option ROM right there. Like, that should just work. I mean, we could even throw it in and test it if we want after this. Like, I'm not familiar with SCSI 2SD or Blue SCSI. I've never used one. Like, if I can set specific drive geometry, then that is the way to go. OS2 won't support SCSI, but OS2 has an int13 callback file safe, so it's not the end of the world as we know it. Yes. Yes, Black Coffee Drinker, you should recognize this scaler. 8-bit card, you're looking for a Trantor card if you want an 8-bit. I have found them, I have seen them. Finding a 16-bit one was annoying. This was not an easy card to find. I don't remember if that came off eBay or if I found it at the stuff pile at VCF. I am worried that when I dismantled this system, I didn't have the drives parked and I may have killed it, but there's no way to know. I didn't think about that. Like, that sucks. Like, I hate the idea that I may have caused the damage to this drive by not parking the heads, but I didn't run the diagnostic without doing that. Because I powered on the system fully, and then I powered it down and I disassembled it to clean it. And I didn't even think to park the hard drives. Well, there was an auto park option in the there was a parking option in the diagnostic disk, and I can't find confirmation that ESDI drives auto parked. Like, I googled it, and apparently, actually, there's an OS2 museum article on this. Yeah, like, early IDE drives didn't even auto park. And, like, we were talking 1990. Yep. I don't know. I'm questioning. Yeah, I maybe I'm just being paranoid. Like, this is the first time I've done a system that I've acquired and I'm testing it on camera. Like, the compact portable I knew was shot when I got it because it's a compact portable. Like, there was nothing that was coming off that. Um, this one, all I've done with this system was make sure the floppy drive worked because otherwise we wouldn't have a stream, and a little bit, and I solved the memory problem. This system is 88, so it is fairly old. It's only a few months newer than I am. 55%, 56%. Oh, well, that rip. Okay, Ciro, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Apple bought their the Apple Care chips were originally a compact branded part. This isn't Solaris. Oh, that's funny. That is actually funny. Okay. I mean, it's still not as bad as trying to get Solaris 2.5 going. I think SCSI to SD is sounding like the absolute winner here. I mean, worst case scenario, I put the SCSI to SD because the thing is with SCSI to SD, if I put advanced netware on this system, which might still be a problem, although I've got to assume there is a netware driver for this thing. Like, the idea of trying to find... now I'm going to have to look this up. Advanced netware 286 SCSI. Netware 286, 386 SCSI drivers for AHA 254X on -0 degrees. And I finally found a copy of CheckIt on this hard drive. I've been looking for it. I didn't know where I stashed it. I would love to find an actual boxed copy of CheckIt. You know what? Let me look on eBay because I'll set a search alert for that. Like, CheckIt. Who made CheckIt? It was Touchstone, wasn't it? It's like CheckIt 3. Okay, I'm getting a lot of things that are not CheckIt, so I am just gonna nope out of that one. Okay. The model number on this one is in AHA 1542 CFE 100. Yeah, like this would be a well supported card, and it's an official one. Like, it's got the Adaptec and it's got the FCC logo on it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let me grab. I might as well. And while this is going, yep, there's all the files it needs. Specifically that overlay file is the one we are missing, the one I forgot to copy. Yeah, I can put it on this disk. Okay. And then just put that there. Okay. So now we'll be able to run the full CheckIt diagnostic, which we weren't able to do before. Okay. That's handy. I should do like actual Sun OS at some point. We're at 61%. Apparently, this is the most interesting stream on YouTube dealing with failing hard drives. I mean, BCD, if the hard drive is shot, the hard drive is shot, and nothing I'm going to do is going to fix that. But I wrote down the number of sectors that failed before I reformatted the drive. Just means that installing Xenix on this thing is going to be utterly miserable. Like, that is, like, because I'm going to have to actually run bad blocks on that drive. Like, I'm legitimately going to have to run bad blocks unless we do SCSI. And it's assuming I can get Xenix to work with a SCSI adapter. That is not a guarantee. That is, like, so much not a guarantee, it's not even funny. Like, but I would love to see Xenix running on a 286. Like, to see that would be awesome. The the AHA 52, the 1520B may support powering internally. Let's take a look. Okay. Okay. Seven devices inside. 95 internally. The problem is the power is looking at the hard drive. Okay, so here's the controller card, and here's a picture of the controller card. Yeah, the controller card doesn't have power on it, though. Like, that's no different than the one I have. Like, it's a different board layout. It's probably a different chip. But that isn't very different than from the one I have. And it's 10 years too new, which means I would have driver problems. Well, the problem is the 5150 was going to have easier parts to work with. In a lot of ways, I would have preferred to have a 5170, but none have shown up at the last two VCFs. There may have been one at the swap meet, but I missed the last swap meet. So I will go hunting in April. Like, I have to actually send them my proposal. Like, this system may be at VCF East. Okay. It's still going. It is seriously thinking about it. It's trying. It is legitimately trying. Hard drives. We started this format 40 minutes ago at 4:20. You know, I almost wonder if it would be easier just to find a generic 286 expanded memory board. Like, theoretically, any generic 16-bit expanded memory board should work in this system. Like, there's no reason why it wouldn't. Yes, it's the other funny number. Well, we already had the first funny number show up when we were running Disk Doctor. You know what? I just realized what exactly this sounds like. This is watching Top Gear, and they're in the budget supercars. Will the transmission complete this parking maneuver? James May driving the Lambo. That is what this is. I just had to pull over and fill it up with electricity. That is what this is. Oh, 6666. Okay, my ride's here. Thinking about it. Sort of nice. Okay. No, XMS boards can be plugged into the ISA slots. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. That's how the official IBM upgrade worked. Yes, look, the 486, the cursed 486 literally came from an observatory named after a U.S. general on top of an indigenous burial ground. Like, that system was possessed. That system is not only possessed, it literally is the thing of eldritch lore, and yet it's only one such item in this collection. You know, watch what's going to happen. Is it going to get to the funny number, and then the whole thing just bursts into flame. Where is my fire extinguisher, actually? Fire extinguisher is directly behind me. Okay. $69.30. I mean, my general rule for streams is to keep it around a PG-13 level at the most, but I try to keep it PG. Oh, well, on a good sign, the funny number is a good sector. On the bad side, it's skipped. Well, black coffee drinker, it could be that excuse me. It is entirely possible that one of the capacitors on the drive is shot and the drive motor is not sitting correctly. But we'll find out when we run SCANDISK. Okay, that's better. I can actually talk now. Like, I haven't even eaten all that much today. Like, I literally got up and then I just started the stream. I guess I could make some ramen, or I've got canned corned beef. You know, I got ham. You know what? Oh, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to do ham in the oven. That was what I planned to do. Yeah, like, you know what? I feel like, chat, you know what? I'm going to crowdsource this. What's a good recipe for ham in the oven? Because I've got about a pound of cured ham sitting in the oven, and I'm thinking I'm just going to put the whole thing in. Because I unwrapped it like 4 or 5 days ago, so it's probably at the point where I have to cook it or not. So, yeah, I forgot to announce it on Discord. 7070. Hey, look, a bit testing pattern. Chat, you're really helping me here. Like, this is some grade A replace service unit problems. I don't have honey. I could make caramel, though. Like, I have sugar. I have a pan. I could make caramel. It's not hard. Caramel glazed ham. How the hell is that going to sound? Like, I'm both. Hey, look, funny number. I'm both interested and kind of terrified. You are the worst. You are all. No, at 7777, the IBM rep breaks down my door. I mean, I could work with pineapple. I have a sense that, like, I don't... pineapple be pineapple. Like, it won't kill me. I wanted to look at all... I want to look at 1.0, 1. The thing is that despite what IBM says, like, if it's a... So here's the thing, is the OS2 kernel didn't change very much from the first version to the last version. So unless it's an actual ladder driver with 3.1, or I could combine the OS2 kernel and the OS2 applications. Like, it's not a big deal. Everyone is... I feel like this chat is going somewhere weird. Like, I still have to do the bread stream. Like, I do actually intend to do it. Wow, the chat rate is averaging much higher. Zero, why? Why did you go there? I don't want to wirelessly cook a ham. I'm a lot of things. I don't want to send millions and millions of volts wirelessly. Like, I don't want to cook a ham with a Tesla coil. You know what? I'm going to run an ad just to... because... Like, when the chat starts becoming like a hostage negotiation, I'm just going to run ads. Like how many volts would it take to cook a... That is forbidden knowledge. Like, I don't want to know how many volts it takes to cook a ham. No, I'm not going to make a giant robot to cook a ham, or I should say, cook a steak with the power of slapping. Oh, chat, what have I done? What have I done? Well, I know that to cook steak, like, I don't know what the actual temperature a ham has to reach. I know for steak, it was somewhere like 50,000 slaps on the robot. It's still going. Crabs, the thing is that if you have an electric stove, which admittedly I don't, you still have to plug in the wires. Check that your hard drive is not overheating. No, it's still cool to the touch. I will tell you that for a proper shitpost stream, I want to buy some Pentium 4 equipment. I want to put a pan on top of the processor. And then I'm going to I want to cook an egg on top of a Pentium 4 running Crysis. Like, I like, that is my stupid shitpost idea that I've wanted to do for a while. But it requires buying a Pentium 4, which, like, why? I would do it with the Itanium, but I actually care about an Itanium. Pentium 4s are basically e-waste. So, you know, just saying. Like, you know, it's like, your egg's not frying hard enough? Just start up Crysis. It's a pity SETI at home shut down. Like, I ran SETI at home on Itanium. Who's buying P4s? And my allergies have flared up again. Zero, let's be honest, a lot of the things I show on my channel have or should be e-waste at some point. Let's not say that the Cursed 486 was a good product. Like, are you really going to try and tell me that the Intel Professional Workstation is a good product? Well, let me rephrase that. Prescott P4s. I think I've started an entire discussion in my chat on the value of a P4. No, if you're going to do a Windows 98 Millennium Edition 2000 or early XP, either go with the Core Duo or even the early Core or a Pentium 3. Here. Actually, AWD 42, what do you think I want to run on this system? Actually, I forgot about that. I want to run AIX on this box. Like, I legitimately would run like, this was the machine it was built for. Like, the ISA port of IBM AIX was intended to run on the I believe it'll run on this. Like, I believe it. Hold on. Let me actually look this up. IBM AIX PS2 requirements. What was the actual, like, what is the actual requirement for this? No, it needs a 386. It needs a 386. Depressing. So if we want to run Unix, it will be Xenix. That's fine. I will say that I also have. I also finally bought something that I don't. I bought a. I finally am going to have DEC Alpha hardware. I finally found. I found a DEC Alpha motherboard with all the pieces on eBay. Finally. I've been looking for one that would not break my bank. It's not complete. It doesn't have the case. But it was the I did find an alpha PC motherboard with memory and a video card. It's just the loose boards, but it looks like it's either an ATX or LPX form factor. I should be able to find a case for that. I actually like Xenix a lot, even though I recognize it's kind of garbage. Zero, I see what you did there. Really? You're going to go with the Famicom? Yeah. I am looking forward to trying Alpha out. I have a lot of reasons I want. The next journey for the next time we dive into Risk, though, we are going to be playing with NT on PowerPC if it works. And I may have one or two other things in that ballpark that we might be doing. Like, the current focus for the next 3 months is going to be OS2 related. The hard drive is on its last leg, but I don't know if we're going to call it dead yet. Yeah, the Alpha was built around the Jazz platform. Like, Microsoft, in an unusually forward-thinking move, but Microsoft was always good at this. They defined what was called Jazz, which was basically a MIPS system that was entirely a PC, but a MIPS processor. It used ESA and so forth and so on, and that's where ARC came from, the advanced risk computing stuff. So that's where the Alpha stuff all got based on, was Jazz. POSIX subsystem on PowerPC and Alpha can be a thing. Like, if it works, my RS6000 Model 140 did not officially support NT. But the only reason it doesn't seem to work is because of the video card. The firmware, there are some hardware compatibility stuff. Like a G3 processor is quite a bit different from a 604E in terms of initialization. But yeah, it was basically just firmware. Like the hardware should be able to do it. I'm gonna go blow my nose again because apparently allergies be like that. Okay. And I'm back. I can actually breathe through my nose now. I do plan to look at subsystem for Unix at some point. It's really just when do I get to it sort of thing. Like I am just one person. I've got so many projects on my plate. Well, you know what? Krabs, this is the sound of the Canadian Parliament loading at the beginning of each session. There. Canadians, you're welcome. Now I just gotta wait for the chat lag to catch up and see what the response to that is. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a Xerox scanner. So it is going. I'm pretty sure there was a Canadian loading moment. I keep wanting to do Next Step, but if you really want to see my take on Next Step, go look at RMC's video on Next Step from 2018. I'm a guest star in there. Ciro, that's my transmission, not Canada. Like, I'm pretty sure Canada follows the recommended maintenance cycle for a country. 8052. Yeah, we're still waiting for the hard drive to format. We are still formatting this hard drive. I don't think I've ever seen a hard drive take this long to format. This is gonna really suck if I have to reformat it for OS2. Like this drive is effectively toast. Like I'm going to have to replace it, or just determine a workaround. But oh crabs, that's easy. We have the other half of the United States above the states. Yeah, I'm curious on how many bad sectors there are. It's still going. Yep. I've done some really cursed shit with Next Step. I have recompiled Darwin 0.1 and 0.3 from source. It's featured on Neozed's blog. Okay. 8072. Are we going to get an 8080? Let's see here. I've never looked at Arcata OS. We already did the low-level format. This is the format after the low-level format. This is the high-level format on top of the low-level format. I at this point, I'm kind of just seeing how dead this drive actually is. So, yeah, it's still going. 1819. Hey, look, it's a power of 2. Now the system will roll over. No, apparently his hard drive knew that at some point in its life it was going to be subject to a YouTube stream. So all the sectors failed, so we can't make funny jokes. BCD, this is ESDI. There's about 10,000 allocation units. It's between 10 and 11,000. So it's getting there. Yeah, I'm curious. Like we've got the right. I wrote down before I did the low-level format how many sectors were toast. So once it's done doing the format, we'll be able to compare it. And nice, yay. Black BCD. I use the IBM official tool, an 88 drive. I've low-level formatted SCSI hard drives. This will respond to a low level. Yeah, we already did. BCD, we already did the low-level format with the official IBM tool to do the low-level format. Yeah, that's the problem with PS2s. They all are really nice to look at, but they all kind of suck to use. Like even Curious Mark ran into the issue of a PS2 sucks to work on. Although Curious Mark's PS2, I forgot what happened with his. I think it was a broken trace on the PCB. Well, we're going to find out if it cleans the bad blocks or not. Okay. So here, how long have we been formatting for? We've been formatting for over an hour, chat. We've actually, I'm going to actually put a timestamp marker down. Yes, it's still formatting. Yeah, I have this distinct feeling that I guess installing OS2 it'll be okay because OS2 I don't necessarily have to format the drive. Oh, it was a cracked trace of that one. Okay. It's been a while since I watched that. I probably should recap the PSU, but I don't I really don't want. I don't like recapping hardware. Yeah, 10,300 and something according to chat. It's come up earlier when we were running the SCANDISK, so. If this was a normal hard drive, we would be done by now. Two Model 80s. Yeah, Model 8. Okay. I actually should crack open. The RMC video has my name burned into it, so that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I could just ask. I could just ask RMC to put me in the description. 10,354. I will forget that by time the next time that question gets asked. So I didn't know that Xerox made hard drives, because that's what this keeps sounding like to me. But you know, while this is going, let me go grab that. Is this the one I think it is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one of these two. So here we go. So I have two SCSI hard drives that were just... I just vibrated them. But I have these two SCSI hard drives. Maybe I'll put one of them in the enclosure and see if we can spin it up, if nothing else. But I still think an SD to IDC is the right call here. I mean, from what I remember, didn't Usagi Electric have a head crash on the Finch drive on that Centurion? Like, that is like the standard I am trying to live up to, because his channel is larger than mine, but not by much. But his videos do not get a whole, like, he's been growing, but his videos do not get a lot of views. Okay. Until it's entirely toast, I'm not actually going to open up the drive, because once we do that, unless I bring it to, like, I could bring it to Rossman. Oh, I'd have to think about that one. Like, Louis Rossman is here. Like, I could go to Rossman Repair Group, his location in Manhattan. It's right there in Lower Manhattan. Like, he is 20 minutes by driving, if that, in good traffic. Yep. Yeah, I could actually ask. Yeah. Oh, Rosman left? I didn't realize that. Okay. I don't watch his channel. Like, I got really tired of him talking about New York. Okay. Okay. I didn't know that he left, but okay. More power to him. Well, I know he wasn't happy in New York City, so you know what? If he's happy in Texas, more power to him. The utility that you would want to run is SpinRite. Let me think of who else. Yeah. Like, I don't... Like, the video that finally was the... Like, I reckon Rosman has done excellent work with Right to Repair. Like, let me make this very clear. We are in a better place because of Rosman than not. Even if the bill that passed through Albany was very watered down, it still got passed due to his lobbying. Like, I'm not going to deny his accomplishments. The problem with Rosman is he is very focused on the negative, and he very much overplays it at times. Like, he did a tour of 2nd Avenue, and I grew up in the area that he was touring. It is not as bad as he makes it sound. It's actually a lot better than he makes it sound. It's like, no, it just got feeling like it was clickbait. Like, that's probably his actual opinion. Like, and like, fine, that's your actual opinion. I am not going to like, I live here. If you're going to tell me I live in a shithole, fine. But I'm just going to walk away, and, like, I don't want to deal with it. No, I'm in New Jersey, but I'm right on the New Jersey New York state line, and I grew up in New York City. Yep. Yeah, that was not. I actually think I was unsubscribed before that. Like there were multiple Rosman videos that rubbed me the wrong way, but that was the video where I finally put it on the do not recommends list. I still keep tabs on Rosman because Rosman is, like I said, Rosman is very correct on the need for right for repair. I just the rest of it just is like, yeah. I honestly don't know, to be perfectly honest. Like, for where I am looking at my own channel, 8502, if we get 1810, we are now a Commodore 16. Nope, we're not. We work. The thing is that for a business that has a YouTube channel, which is effectively what Rosman has and what mine will be to some extent, is the YouTube channel is an advertisement for the business. I want to build my business into doing this type of work professionally, like doing data recovery, documenting old systems to some extent. I don't know how successful I'm going to be, but I set up the LLC intentionally to do that sort of stuff. Like, if someone wanted to hire me to do a preservation exhibit, great. I will be set up for that. I will have everything insured, so forth and so on. So yeah. Like, I understand why Rosman does it, and for people who have a media presence, it is a conscious choice to do that. Like, when I was designing FTL, I live stream most of the process, and I enjoy live streaming for the sake of live streaming. But I also talk about my life, and there are people that have rage unsubscribed from me. I've gotten some pretty nasty hate mail. Like, there are people who look at me and think I am the biggest pile of word here that they know of. And, like, sure, they're entitled to their opinion, whatever. I get, but it's just disheartening at times. Like, I think overall, despite the amount of shit that I have gotten in my comment section, because my comment section becomes a goddamn sewer at times. Like, if you saw the comments that came in after the Progress Pride stream, it wasn't as bad as when I took a shit on Stallman, because Stallman had to be called out. Like, Stallman gets too much of a free pass from too much of the tech world that someone had to do it, and it was going to be me. The specific criticisms that I have gone, I work very hard not to make factual errors in my video. I annoyingly had one slip through in the PostX video. The resource kit was actually a lot easier to get than I realized. But I was going to actually say a more serious word than that, but yeah. The Planned Parenthood fundraisers were probably the absolute worst vitriol. Although I got a lot for Vaccina. We've run the gauntlet on this channel. We've had comments about COVID. We've had comments about women's rights. We've had comments about LGBT rights. We've had comments about I've had comments on more things. I had comments about Stallman. About the only thing I have not done on the main channel is crypto. Like, surprisingly, I don't care enough to actually do anything about it, so whatever. Yeah, I still have those streams unlisted. I got so much fucking hate. Like, I thought Stallman was going to be spicy, but holy cow, that was something else. The problem is Commander Sweeper is the problem is that he's got so much clout from his base that at least to some degree he still has a lot of influence, but it's very much of certain political figures that I'm not going to directly name. You know, like that was that was the thing that got me the most. And if you look on Discord in the RMS FFS response channel, because I put a dedicated channel to deal with all this, what it really came down to was there wasn't that much difference from what I see of, how do I put this? No one could actually come up with a factual argument against me. There was a couple that pointed out that I made a mistake. It was a very minor one in the grand scheme of things. Specifically, I criticized... I need to be careful about this because the content ID filter might actually flag me if I get a little bit too close. And this stream is monetized. I don't really want to get dinged if I can avoid it. So I am talking around that. Basically, I made a very small error. Stallman's comments were not what they said they were. I linked to the correct ones, but I missed it. I spoke the wrong name. That was my biggest regret, is I did that video very fast over a few hours, and I don't normally do response videos. Yeah. I mean, what really reminds me of it is I can't tell you that the Free Software Foundation brings me a lot of, like I looked at the Free Software Foundation's tax returns. It's really quite fascinating looking at their Form 990s, because the Free Software Foundation is a lot of things, but they do their paperwork correctly. You can see with the FSF exactly how much money they bring in, and it's very clear on how they're spending it. And they are rated as an A+ charity by Charity Finder. Like, they say exactly how the money is going to be used, and they have been audited, and the money has been used exactly how they will. Like, credit where it's due. They do better than a lot of other places. Like, the FSS, I can't stand them, but at least you're getting exactly what they say you're getting. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that most content creators only stick with one or the other. Like, LGR, I think, has only ever dipped into Unix when he did the Indigo video. Like, it's the only time I can think of it that LGR did. 8-Bit Guy did some Amiga, but he is really early PCs and 8-Bit machines. Adrian's Digital Basement, he had the Unix PC. I don't know if he ever got it running, but I know he has it. I can't think of... No, he did a video on Slack. No, that wasn't him. I think he did Mandriva. Retrospectator did one video on Slack where, like, I'm the only one who regularly does Linux and Unix. Yeah, I'm just going to say I see the comment in chat, and I'm just not commenting on it because of YouTube. My views on that have been already documented. I can't stand Stallman on those grounds specifically. I haven't played with PCIX. I have worked with VNix. I actually wrote a custom driver for VNix so it can use an XT IDE. I meant to do a video on it, and it just has never happened. So I will do a live stream at some point of getting the compact portable out. I'll hook it up to the scaler and the capture card, and we will actually do the 8088 Unix experience. I mean, that was my original problem with Stallman. I was involved with Free Software Foundation Savannah. And basically, Stallman came in, basically chewed up all the volunteers, and then left, having contributed absolutely nothing to help. Like, he basically just showed up to be a pain. And it made a very bad impression of the man. Some years later, I heard about all the other shit he did, and so be it. And it's like, fine. By the time I made a YouTube channel, he had already been ousted from the FSF, and so I finally decided to get in. I finally decided to speak up when he was brought back. Let's see here. I could at some point do Unix where it's dealing with SCO stuff is annoying for a lot of reasons. Like I really there like it's not that it's bad, it's like there's so much drama tied up in SCO Unix. It's like, and I'm including Unixware and Open Server in that because it's really all the same thing. We're almost done. We're almost done. Like, here's the thing is the reason I'm live streaming this is if I wasn't live streaming it, I'd probably just be sitting on my couch waiting for this to finish because I'm one of those people that, like, when I start something like this, I have to keep an eye on it. So I might as well live stream it, try and offset my costs a little bit, and have a good time with people. I cannot believe that there's 100 people watching the stream at 3 in the morning. What is this madness? I've never had a late night stream with this many people on it. Had I known this was going to be this popular, I would have done it during the day. We would have done it, Zero. I would love a VAC station. I would love a PDP-11. I am really hoping Usagi Electric gets that PDP-11 going. Like, if I had anything resembling spare time, I would love to pop into his Discord and give him a hand with that Centurion. But I don't have the cycles for it, and I've got my own research projects to do. Yep. I always forget what PDP stands for. It's data processing. Like, I would love a PDP-11. I would love a microvax, but I haven't seen one come up on eBay. I was very happy to find a loose alpha motherboard that I will probably be able to shove in a case. Okay. Well, mini computers are almost entirely unpreserved. Like, the Unix preservation is bad. Mini computers are worse. It has been getting better. Like, there has been some actual work to emulate some of this. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone tried to make an emulator for the Centurion sooner rather than later. But there's, like, what Usagi Electric is doing for mini computers and for things like the Wang Writer, and yes, chat, just get it out of your system now, is what I want to do for OS2 and Unix. I mean, I did this professionally for many years. I was hired at age 20 for Canonical, and I was a criminal justice major in college. I had no desire to go into tech. I was like, nope. I stayed there for about 5-6 years, and then I went on to, then it was Beam, it became Mixer, and I ended up doing FTL, and at that point, the bottom of my health dropped out, and I was forced onto medical leave of absence. That was not a good time in my life. It has gone better in the last 3 years, but it's never going to be great. But by being a YouTuber, I very much set my own hours. I have pretty steady passive income coming from Patreon. I'm not self-sufficient, but in another year or two, I probably will be. And I can't work in a corporate environment anymore. So I will do the next best thing. I will document this history before it's lost for good. The Windows Millennium on the 486 will happen. I have upgraded the 486 to 64 megabytes of memory. It's coming. Like, it is legitimately going to happen. At this point, I'm just waiting for a special occasion to actually try it, because I have no idea if it will actually work. Zero. I'm actually on the Unix Heritage Society mailing list. I keep an eye on it. It's really weird seeing emails from Larry McVoy show up in your inbox. FDL was the impossible project that I actually managed, because the person who hired me to do FDL had absolutely no idea what it involved. And I had not realized the full impact of what I had created until after I had done it. Like, had I realized what FTL would have required, I don't think I would have even tried it. And I was never convinced it was technically possible at the beginning. Yes. And if you like this content, please like and subscribe. If you really like this content, the links are in the description. Speaking of which, I actually just started the work to set up GitHub sponsorships, and I will be revamping the coffee subscription process in the near future. Like, I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but it's going to happen soon. I may enable memberships on the channel. I may not. I haven't decided yet. I might start streaming on Twitch. I don't really want to, but I'm a little bit concerned having all my eggs on YouTube. Like, if something happens, that could end so badly for me. But who knows? Okay. 95%. 96%. 97%. It formatted. It even transferred the system. That's a lot of bad sectors. That's a lot of bad sectors. That is more bad sectors than that were before. That is a full megabyte of dead sectors. I'm almost afraid. Okay, I'm going to put the timestamp down. At 6 hours and 3 minutes, the format completes. We have... what? That's a lot of bad sectors. How much of this drive is actually just Swiss cheese? Yeah, we have 2,460 bad sectors. All right, screw it. Let's run Norton Disk Doctor on it. Let's see what it will actually say. This is probably a bad idea. These are my backup disks. Where did I put the diagnostic disk? That's actually a good question. Where did I put the diagnostic disk? Like, this actually is not funny. What did I do with it? Okay, I've got some hard drives sitting here on the table. I've got that there. Oh, it's under the network card. Okay, here we go. Network card. Put this in the pile. I see the chat comments, and I'm trying not to laugh. Actually, I probably don't need to reboot for this. I am a little bit terrified to see what this hard drive is going to look like with a surface scan. %6 of a 20 megabyte hard drive is pretty terrible. Okay. All right, let's just see how bad it is. Oh, that hurts. That's a lot of bad sectors. That's a lot of bad sectors. That is a lot of bad sectors. I don't know what else to say. It's running really fast, though. Like, this is a major performance improvement. This is something else. So it has like what, 19 megabytes usable? Yeah, so I don't think it's worth spin writing this drive. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's another sector failing. No problems detected. It's a lot of dead sectors, though. No errors encountered, so it just had to do a reseek. I mean, it's probably okay. You know what? Let's restore that backup. Remember that thing that we took a while ago? Actually, before we do that, let's run CheckIt, because I copied the missing overlay file. Ignore. Did the disk just fail, or did the floppy drive just fail? And I think it just crashed. We didn't run the CheckIt read-write test, which we should probably do after this is done rebooting. Yeah, all the underscore files are because I loaded this on my Mac. I apparently should run Norton Disk Doctor on the floppy disk. If I copy the overlay file, All right, what can we get rid of that's on here? It probably didn't free up much disk space. You know what? I can copy all of CheckIt to the hard drive. We'll run it from there. And I'm gonna let it do an unconditional restore from the. Well, let's restore these floppy disks. Okay. Test everything. Like, we already ran this test, but let's run it again. Okay. So hopefully when it runs the hard drive test, there's less things broken. Still going. Oh, that's just the heat. It's like, why do I smell something burning? And then it's like, no, that's just the heat coming up. I'm still going to try and restore that backup that we took, because I think I'm going to be greatly amused by that. Okay. So far, so good. Like, this has been a pretty extensive workup, even though it's not been perfect. Okay. Now, this is the part that we should be worried about. As long as it all says marked when formatted, we shouldn't worry too much. Yeah, so all the failed sectors are on 1 and 3. Nope, that one's on 2. This drive has electrolytics. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how to head crash, but it is still working, which is impressive. Well, a few bad sectors here and there are just normal, like it happens. I actually think this is going to be okay. I am recording the stream. Yeah, I am recording the stream. Good. Yeah, I think we're good here. Like, now that we've formatted the drive, it's so much happier compared to what it was doing before. Which means we'll be able to do things with this drive. It's not so much tempting fate as just being resided to my actual fate. Yep. Like, as long as it doesn't exceed the bad blocks table of Unix, there's no reason why it shouldn't. That is a horrible idea, and I shouldn't do that. I don't even think I could start Xenix with only 512 kilobytes of memory. I mean, Action Retro shows up for my streams. I mean, DJ Evergreen, that's entirely possible, but there is no replacement parts for this drive. Like, this is the Hawk drive and Usagi Electric. Okay, so one sector was marked by DAWs, but the rest were marked when formatted, so that's fine. Which means that was done by the formatting, the surface scan utility. We physically can't run Xenix. We just don't have enough memory. It's going. No, anything that's going to run on this system will have the ability to handle bad blocks like this. This was part of the... This is... MS-DOS can handle bad blocks like this. This was a feature of the file allocation table. HPFS should be able to handle this. Yeah, look, we're actually getting test passes. This system should have 1 megabyte, but it has a dead stick. So I'm down to just half of 512. Like I said, I'm thinking SCSI is going to be the long-term way we go here, though. Like, my SCSI cables are right there. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out what we can and can't do with the SCSI controller. Like, I'm definitely like the SCSI controller makes a lot of sense for testing NetWare, because I should be able to get that working with NetWare. No, I was just worried that the drive wasn't good. Like, and let's be honest, this is not a healthy hard drive, but as long as it's not losing more data over time, it should be fine. HPFS as in the period of OS2. Like, I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to go next from this, because I still got a lot to do before this machine's going to be usable for anything. but at least the base system is okay. Yeah, so again, we're seeing those errors when marked when formatted. OS 2 1.0 and 1.1 did not have HSPS. That came with 1.2. It's not 30-pin SIMs. It is the same form factor, but it's proprietary. I'm going to try and rewire some non IBM ones to working on this machine. That will not be easy. I would prefer to use actual spinning rust if I can manage it, but that may not be an option for some of the things we're going to try. So we'll take it to the limit we can. Failed. Why did that fail? Okay, let me put a... Let's come back around. I want to rerun that test. Why did that fail? Did we see another sector die? Okay. Yeah. We'll skip the right test. Yep. Like, I'm pretty sure this disk is blank, but I don't want to risk it. No, the ESDI controller does not support 2 drives. This, for anything beyond this, you're either going to use a full MFM drive or you're going to use SCSI. And I probably should put a 287 in here, but I have no idea what I would do with a 287. Okay, all that passes. It's good. Okay. Okay, so now it's doing the loopback test. Okay, run the memory test. Video memory test. I might be able to throw an IDE card in here. I just don't know if it would actually work. Like, I haven't found anyone who's actually done it, and it's always hit or miss with a 286. Okay, video RAM is good. It's testing the screen pages. Okay, so far so good. All right, that's all good. Yep. Like, this would be a decent machine to do, like, the virtual, like, I want to do a follow-up to the graphical file system video, and this would be a decent system to do that on. Oh, that's dark. I don't know if it's supposed to be that color, but I'm just going to say yes. Green, red, brown, yeah. That's correct. That is good. Yep. Okay. Let's see here. Hold on. We are a 101 keyboard. So this did not pass last time we ran it, but it seems to be okay now. Okay. And the keyboard lights are all working. Keyboard test passed. All right, so what failed? Because I saw a test failure. That's a lot of dead sectors. That is a lot of dead sectors. So something on this failed. Like, I saw the random test fail. But it seems to be okay. I don't know. It's a mystery. I'm going to have to put an option ROM on this. Like, I'm going to just have to do a lot of things. It's... I mean, that mostly covers, like... We could put... I'm tempted to put the SCSI card in. Let me park the drive, because I'm going to be really paranoid about this now. Because this machine's very... Obviously, this machine has had a head crash. We saw, like... Where's the other diagnostic disk? Because I have... I mean, it is probably an auto parking drive, but let's not. Where is the advanced diagnostics disk? Actually, before we do that, let's restore that backup. It's not the disk I want. This is the disk I want. Okay. Insert backup disk 1. I think the floppy drive just quit on me. That's not a good sound. We're restoring the backup that yeah, I think the floppy drive may have just quit on us. I'm not sure we've actually made progress in this stream because I think more things have quit than when we started. Let me run the CheckIt floppy test again. Like, what is on this drive? All right, I got nothing here, so we can rerun this. All right, do the full write test this time. Because we didn't test the right test. It is entirely possible that the drive head is broken. The PS2 floppy drive is proprietary. You just can't put in another drive. If this drive is shot, I will put a GoTech in. I'm not even going to try with a real one. I'm probably going to do a GoTech regardless, but it really is just not happy. All right, now it's going to do the right test. Let's see if the drive itself has shot itself. Yeah, I am thinking SCSI GoTech is the way to go here. The ESDI drive it's never going to be good. And while this runs, I want to find the other diagnostic disk. Oh, okay, it's right here. All right, and let me check something while this is still going. Let me make sure this is the right connector. Okay. Because I keep this enclosure right here for a reason. There's a reason. It's a permanent fixture on this desk. Yeah. Yeah, that's the same cable. So it does fit. Or does it? No, it does. Yeah, it does. Okay. I just had the cable upside down. So let's put this. After this is done, let's put the SCSI card in here and let's see if we can get a little bit more life out of it. Oh, you know what? That has a floppy drive connector on it, that SCSI card. I don't think it'll matter. And we still have the power supply problem, but that is at least a step in the right direction. Like, none of these caps look like they've leaked, so that's a good sign. You know what? I'm going to need a screwdriver to do this. Is my iFixit kit nearby? It should be semi-nearby. Yeah, okay, it's right here. All right. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why we were getting read failures before. Maybe the discs are kaput. I did copy Norton editor, right? I'd be really annoyed to have copied that off and, like, I'm pretty sure I grabbed it. It passed that test. So, who knows? You want command.com. Let me see here. Where is this one? Did I not grab it? I thought I grabbed ne.exe. Did I legitimately not grab that? I'll be really annoyed if I didn't grab that. You know what I'll do is we're just going to try and restore the one file because it's the one file in there I care about. All right, so I'm just going to hit fail next time it gets to a file it doesn't like. This drive may just need a good cleaning more than anything. Okay, still restoring. Yeah, I don't have a copy of IBM DAWs on hand, but that's easy enough to get. Like, I don't even know if that's what I want to keep on this system. I thought I grabbed that copy of Norton that Norton editor. Maybe I didn't, and I imagined I did. There is one major difference is that this still has the original BASIC on it that uses ROM BASIC. So that is the one notable change that I'm aware of. So this is also an important lesson on testing your backups, something that I'm in the process of doing, but need to wait for additional hardware to get here. Hard drive be making noise. William, we already did that. It's fine. There's literally just one thing I care about, and it's not the end of the world if I don't get it back. Okay, so this is restoring. So far, so good. Okay. This is Pool of Radiance. It's an SSI RPG. I have it for Commodore 64. If I really want to play it, but it's copy protected with a manual protection scheme. Oh, wrong disk. Wrong disk. The question is, do we get Norton editor back? Because it is an unarchived version, so I might as well grab it. There's actually save files on there. I'm surprised. Quite a few of them, actually. Okay. This is probably the highest average view duration I've had of any stream. Like, apparently I gotta do these more often late night. I should also see how much how success I can do with now announcing it in advance, but okay. Yeah, it was really pretty much it was pretty much for the service contract. I mean, the RS6000 had a 20-year support life. I mean, the machine itself was used for 15, the Model 150. Okay. Yep. Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm from 1988 and I'm still running. The problem is I have a sleep disorder, so saying that we're going to do something on a regular schedule is literally impossible for me. This is why this was not an OS2 research stream. Like I really was expecting like 20 viewers. Like I thought this was going to be like a one and done sort of thing. Apparently, I was wrong. Like, I'm still probably going to install IBM PC DOS. I'll probably buy a copy off eBay just so I have the box set. Oh, wow. I am definitely hitting my limit though. Like, I don't have a lot left. Like, I'm starting to feel very tired. But I want to restore the backup. I want to boot off the hard drive. And I want to recover that ne.com. Yes, cool. The one file I cared about survived. This disk, I think we can just... Is there anything on it? Alright. Alright, let's boot off the hard drive. Links get filtered out on YouTube. I mean, I have a copy of PC DOS 5.5. Okay. Yep, that's fine. That's exactly what I expected it to do. I don't know why I put the 1440 there. We don't need it, but... Okay, alright. I'm going to stretch my legs for a moment while that runs. I'll be back. Alright, and I'm back. And that's... Alright, let me put Norton and editor. file copied. Now, I just put the disk in my Mac, so let's see if I can successfully read that off. Because I will be a little bit annoyed if I lose that. Like, Pool of Radiance, I could find a copy of. This, I don't know if I actually could. And it's a nice, small, and tiny binary, so like a 32 kilobyte full screen editor is like, okay, I can get behind that. Oh, that was not, I didn't want to hit new folder. I just wanted to, ooh, yeah, I think we are nearly at that limit. There's one or two other things I want to do, but, all right, so grab that. I am tempted to wrap it up here. Like, it's 4 in the morning. And I'm actually going to label this disk just so I don't lose it. Like, I hate to use an entire floppy disk for this one application, but I don't know if I actually got a good read or write off it. I'm just going to put it somewhere. Do I have a pen? You'd think I would have pens. Oh, I do. Okay. All right, I'm just going to write this on the label. Norton editor 1 save copy. Okay. And then that is on this disk, which we can put here. Do we want to put the SCSI card in? You know, I think I do want to put the SCSI card in, if nothing else, just to know if it does or does not work. So, power down. No, it doesn't. It's just a simple full screen editor. So I will put that in the pile of other floppy disks. I'm going to have to do a massive round of cleanup and organization. Not today, but soon. This goes to the side. Like, I have to clean off this entire table. That is going to be a massive project. That probably is going to be my Sunday project. All right, let's turn this 90 degrees, and let me make... turn this 90 degrees. I'm actually going to take out the Ethernet card from now, because until I know if it does, until I know what exactly is going on with it, I don't really want to deal with it. Did I just break something? No. Okay. All right, let me get the screwdriver. Oh, I completely forgot to park the drive. Damn it. Well, we're going to find out if that did anything. Oh, shoot. That screw fell in there. Oh, where'd that screw go? Oh, I see it. Freecom card out. Actually, where did that screw go? I heard it fall. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so how am I going to get this hard? I don't see where that screw went. I don't really want to tilt the system to get it. Okay. Did it fall? Oh, there it is. Found it. All right, SCSI card. All right, SCSI card is in. Let's put the screw in. Okay. All right. Case goes back on. See, the problem is that there's no internal SCSI header on that card. That's a floppy header, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if that's a floppy or SCSI header. No, that is a SCSI header. What am I saying? I know that's a SCSI header. Okay. Let's see what it does. Well, it didn't explode. Hey! Okay. Well, that is progress. Okay, let me put this screw bit away. All right, so now let's plug in a SCSI hard drive. Let's see if it fires up. All right. So if we have gone this far, then I should just be able to plug in a SCSI cable, which is always easier said than done. SCSI is like one of the worst cables to try and plug in. I don't know why, but it's like USB but worse. Okay, that is the right way up. Okay. Come on. All right. SCSI cable's plugged in. Let me plug a hard drive in. Oh, microphone nearly just fell off the desk. I gotta tighten that up. All right, OS2 box copy goes over there. SCSI enclosure is here. Let me throw a hard drive in there, and let's see if it gets detected. I don't actually know what's on this drive. Okay. All right. Okay, that's the drive out of the next step. Next station, give it a moment. There we go. So that should be a 250 megabyte drive. Let's see if it gets detected. No, that drive is fine, surprisingly. It sees it. There it is. I don't really want to send it a format command, but it does see it. I guess I could send it a format command. There is no reason. Yeah, we will check the unparked. Okay. Drive D right there. So now if I do F disk, Oh, it doesn't show up. That is surprising. Invalid drive specification. Why doesn't it see drive D? Unless I have to do a SCSI format, I might have to. No, SCSI should be immune to large drive size issues. Okay, hold on. SCSI configuration. Support removable, dynamic scan, BIOS support. Wow, even BIOS support for Floptical. Run diagnostic. I shouldn't need an ASPI handler to get DAWs to see it. I shouldn't need it, but I might. Okay, so it does loop. Let me shut the system down. That is a loud drive. Actually, before I shut the system down, turn it back on. SCSI device 1, BIOS installed successfully. It should show up. It showed up as 81. You know what? Let me run SYSINFO, because SYSINFO will tell me something about what's actually connected to the system. Assuming I can figure out what disk where I put that. Okay, that's the startup disk. These look like these are just blank. Like so many disks with so many. Oh, here we go. And the advanced diagnostics disks. These are the disks I need. Okay. Yeah, termination should be fine. I use this, like I said, I use this enclosure with other systems. Let's see if it actually sees anything. So interrupt 13 is, which is what should be hooked, is not hooked. So why did interrupt 13 get unhooked? Yeah, see, fixed drive. See, it's pointing at DAW's system area. Like, that should be pointing to option ROM. I believe there's a screen on here that I can see option ROMs. Yeah, option ROM found at D400. No, if it's not being seen by system info, then something has gone wrong. It's possible the option ROM ran and then the drive got unhooked, because if we run an if we give it a free finger salute. No, this should not require a reference disk. If we give it the free finger salute, you see Adapt Tech, and it says Drive D81 BIOS successfully installed. I mean, it's there. Parity, host adapter, termination voltage, SCSI device. Send unit start command? I don't think I need to. Let me just reset to defaults. Like, when in doubt. It's possible that int 13 is getting overridden, but it should still chain backwards. Running a bit slow now. So this will probably time out. Okay, hold on. View adapter settings. This actually moved the interrupt channel. Parity checking, device configuration. Yeah, all that's fine. We don't need... Actually, translation is probably a good thing to have enabled. We don't need removable disks. Yeah, no help on that one. Okay, so let's see what else we've got here. Save changes. Okay, yeah, no, that scanned successfully. Exit utility. No, Windows 9X won't help. This is a 286. I've got a MS-DOS 6 floppy drive. Let's just see how far this gets. I mean, I do have it. I don't think it will load on a 486. Let's see if FDisk sees it now. Nope, FDisk does not see it. All right, let me try MS-DOS 6. Let's take this right down the list. I might just have to send it a format command. Well, it's because it's IBM FDisk. It's not Microsoft's version of it, so it's slightly different. This is the drive we took out of the next station. I know what's on it, which is absolutely nothing. Yeah, DAWS doesn't see it either. So let me park the drive because I'm actually going to physically take out the old one, or at least physically disconnect it. Where's the advanced diagnostics disk? Because that's the one I need now. Like, oh, here it is. Advanced diagnostics. Well, the drive isn't showing up at all, which is why I'm a little concerned. But actually, that does make some sense because... Oh, right. No, that actually makes perfect sense. This is a... This hard drive was used with Next Step. I bet if I use a different hard drive, it'll be completely fine. But let me park the drive. Okay, turn your system off. Let's try a different hard drive. Wait for it to spin down. Believe it or not, this hard drive does work. Okay, take this hard drive out. I don't actually know what's on this one, but it's probably disposable. Like, I don't think it's anything I need to worry about. I think this may be Next Step for Spark, which I can always reinstall. Like, I've got nothing horribly critical. But this would be a 2 GB hard drive, if this is what I think it is. Okay. Is that? Yeah, that's taken care of. That's there. All right, let's put the drive there. Although this may not work any better. Yeah, that's why I think it's having problems. That this is probably needs to be this hard drive probably needs to be low-level format. But let's see if it sees this one. Yep, a Sun 2.1 GB hard drive. That's exactly what I thought it was. Oh, that's interesting. It hasn't actually... Is it having trouble spinning up? Did it really... Did this hang? Okay, hold on. D1... Oh, stuck key. Stuck key, because I was holding a key on the keyboard. Like, it can scan the bus no problem. Microsoft's knowledge base article is partially wrong about that. I know that for a fact. Oh, you know, that might actually be a termination problem because I know for this drive was part of a different drive block. The terminator may not be set right. Yeah, so you know what? Chat, are you up for formatting another hard drive tonight? I am thinking if I want to, like, I don't really want to use this drive in this computer, although it's period correct. It's a when was the Seagate made? I've got a lot number, but it doesn't tell me when it was actually made. I know the next station I pulled it out of was 1990. All right, let me see if there's a termination blocks jumper on this drive. There's a whole bunch of jumpers, but I don't know how they go. I think this is the termination block. See, I've used this drive as is, though, in this enclosure, but not with this computer. Okay, let me think about this. Do I really want to nuke this drive? Because I'm going to have to low-level... Well, I've already replaced the hard drive in the next station. I'm never going to put this drive back in there. This drive would be perfect for this machine, so you know what? So be it. Except it won't... I don't think it would even fit in there. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually... Like, maybe it would fit barely, but not really. I want to know if this enclosure works, though. Or if this SCSI cart is going to work at all. So let me let it do the format. So apparently we're doing all sorts of low-level formatting tonight. And of course, getting this plugged in is not the easiest thing ever. All right, enclosure on. System power on. Yep, we're going to do the verify. And we are starting the verify at 7:13. Okay. Oh, look at that. 119 megabytes. That is wrong. Look at that. This is a 250 megabyte hard drive. The sectoring is wrong. It has to be low leveled. No, I know the termination's fine. I legitimately know that the termination's fine. It's just that drive. Bill G, this is an ISA-based system. This is not an MCA-based system. I can run the startup disk, but I don't. But it's almost. Will be very surprised if it makes a difference. But I will run it because I will feel very silly if that is the actual problem. But this hard drive is not actually seeing abort verify. Because this is going to have to be low-level formatted to change the sector size. All right. Let's see what the startup disk says. Actually, now that I think about it, it might need the CMOS set, but the option ROM should be handling that. Because the number of drives can change dynamically. Let's see here. And you know, there's moved the system again. So, yeah, you're supposed to... Yeah, that's fine. I guess we're going to do the format. I'm just trying to think if there's anything on that hard drive I actually care about, but I'm near certain I have personally formatted that drive because I had to install Next Step. Yeah, no, I know I have. Okay, I just don't know why it's not seeing the other one, but a 2.1 gigabyte hard drive on this type of system is going to be a bit question mark. All right, I'm just going to, let's let it do a, yeah, no, look, it says capacity 119 megabytes. That's wrong. Like, that's actually wrong. This drive has to be low-level formatted with a utility that can do it. Damn it. I'm going to have to format this disk under Linux. Because if it doesn't let me change the sector size, I have to send an SG format command. There are tools that will do it, but this will not work. Let me think here. Do I have any other SCSI drives I can grab that are not terminated. Like, let me turn this off. I know that noise is really scary, but it is apparently the way those drives actually work. So let me grab the Seagate. Like, there are pins here. Like, I just don't know if that is... I guess that is probably termination. So let me remove the block off this drive. And let's see if it is less unhappy. All right, so now this drive goes down. I took off what I believe is the termination block, but I'm not certain about that. Okay, get this lined up. I'm gonna have to stand up and do this. All right, that's in. Now let me get the Molex connector out. All right, hard drive is just gonna sit there. Power on. Power on. All right, let's see if... Well, there's no BIOS setting. Okay. Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch the... Oh, that time it didn't even see anything, period. Apparently taking that block off just stopped it from working. I mean, that looked like a termination problem to me. Here, I'll switch it back the other way. Yeah, so I took... Shut you down. Turn you off. I took off this little block from the drive front. Ooh, this drive was still spinning a little bit when I picked it up. I just hope that didn't kill it. The heads were probably still parked by then. Okay, put that block back on. Does it see the drive now? Okay, let's see if it sees anything. No int13 devices. Yeah, it's not seeing it now. All right, let's see here. What is going on here? Did I put the jumper back in the wrong place? Okay, that's come to a complete stop. Yeah, like, maybe the jumper went on the other side? Like, let's just get back to where it was before, which was not working, but at least it was partially showing up. Okay. Nope, that needs to go up a row. SCSI. I really hate SCSI. Like, I really hate SCSI. Come on. Get on there. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Because this is, I'm near certain that's where I took it off, was from that side of the drive. But it's not seeing it. Let me see what the chat says. Here, I'll look it up. It's a Sun 1.2. It's a Sun 2.1G manual. Like, I'll actually look it up. Here we go. Seagate hard drive, SCSI. Apparently, I can buy one on Newegg for $243, but I want the actual manual, please. Let's see here. Seagate manual, not Seatgate. Seagate. Sorry, I can't easily show this because I'm looking at this on the laptop. Huh. That's not helping. Yeah, I'm not seeing a manual for this hard drive. I'm also seeing that the stream latency is way behind where I am, unfortunately. Because I'm well in the future. Okay, put that there. Let's just turn this on and see if anything happens. Let the hard drive spin all the way up. Oop, the hard drive just moved a little bit. Should be okay. Yeah, no int13 devices. What is going on here? Parity checking, DCMA, blah, blah, blah. Not DCMA, DMA. That all seems to be okay. I don't know what to test. This drive came out of a the bad sector drive came out of a next station. That one's going to have to be low level formatted. This drive came out of the Sun, but the Sun should be standard sectors. But I think we've kind of hit the limit on how far we can take this. Like, the only other SCSI drive I could easily get is the one that's in the Intel Professional Workstation. Hey, Zero. All right, sleep well. Like, I don't know what to make of this. Well, this drive, it did come out of the Sun. Even if it was MBR, the SCSI controller is not even seeing this drive. So it tells me something has gone wrong. Like, let me go back and... Yeah, you know, I'm actually going to leave it in this view. Spin down this drive. And my microphone is threatening to fall out. Sorry, chat. That's probably going to be a loud clanging noise when the latency catches up to you. Let's unplug that. Maybe the ribbon cable wasn't in all the way. Let me just try this with the other drive again, though. Like, let me make sure I'm not losing my mind. But I'm thinking I'm reaching a stopping point. Like, I'm fried. We've been working on this, and I really want to take a shower soon. So right. So this cable is now in. As is that. Turn you on. That hard drive spinning up. possible the SCSI controller has quit. It's entirely possible that. See if it sees this. No, it sees that drive. Yeah, that's what it is on this one, is a 3-pack terminator. But I have a terminator plugged into the enclosure. The bus should be terminated. Yeah, I have termination voltage on the drive. There's a terminator on there, and the whole thing is terminated, unless I've done something fundamentally wrong, but there's only a single device here. It is terminated. Believe it or not, this drive does work, even though it sounds like that. Like, that is the way this drive just sounds. But yeah, it's not seeing it once we get booted in. So what is going on here? I don't think there's a BIOS update available for it, and if there is, I need an EEPROM to actually get it on there. Like, if I accidentally killed this drive, so be it, but I don't think I did. It is a... I can put it in a different computer and test it. Like, that's not a big deal. Yeah, like, this testing... Like, this is a single board. Like, this is not hard to test. Really what it will come down to is I'd probably have to reformat. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, you know, you're right. Let me check that. SCSI host terminator. Disable. Because the host terminator should not actually be terminating if it's also doing the inside. It should only be doing the external for now, because the internal one is floating. Yeah, low level is a destructive process. Okay, that time, so it still sees the drive even though I changed the termination setting. Okay, so apparently I need to leave that on, so I will. If switch position 1 on your host adapter is off open, this option allows you to enable, disable. All right, so enable. Parity checking, enable. Host adapter BIOS. Yeah, and we already ran that, so we know that's good. Unfortunately, we're near the end of the stream, and I'm kind of hitting my limit. Like, we've been doing this for 7.5 hours. So let me take the terminator pack off it. Maybe that's the problem. If the drive is terminating the chain in and of itself, then I should not need the terminator pack on the enclosure. All right, so shut it down. Okay. We're currently trying to see if we can figure out some SCSI stuff, but we're basically at the end of the stream. And let me just turn the capture card back on, even though that's going to be... Okay, so that hard drive is spun down. Wow, that hard drive gets hot fast. Like, this hard drive's already warm to the touch. Hasn't been spinning that long, but it is warm to the touch. All right. So now this hard drive, which is the Sun one, and I've got 3 other ones. I can look to make sure I put the pack jumper in the right place. Let me take the terminator off this end. Because if the drive is terminating it... Okay. Here's the terminator. So if the drive is actually terminating the chain, then that is actually correct to have that there. I think. Because this would be the last device on the chain then. I really hate SCSI. Like SCSI has a lot of things that are less bad than IDE, but I don't miss this. It's unhealthy, but it works. Like, I can use it for what I need it for. All right, well, let's see what that does. Well, it sees the drive. But this was what it was doing before. Yeah, complete hang. All right. Let's see if I can get into the BIOS. Like, I'm holding control. There it is. Can you actually see the drive? Yeah, so it can see the drive. Can I verify? Drive is not ready. Not ready. I wonder if the drive died. I don't think it did, but who knows? Check condition not ready. That's like the most generic error you can get. Reset SCSI bus. Maybe it does actually need a send start command. I've never tried to run with SCSI on something this old. Oh! Oh! The drive just spun up. All right, so I'm going to wait until chat catches up. So the operating system is still not seeing it. Yeah, no. Configuring it to start actually got it running. I actually heard the drive spin up for once. It's still not being seen in the host operating system, which is a little concerning, but can we verify? All right, this is going to take a bit, but I mean, the verify is running. So now the question is, why doesn't the host operating system see it? Like, at this point, it should be seen by the host operating system. I mean, look, we're verifying this drive. I think the onboard drive is interfering. I'm going to let it run the verify. Like, this won't take super long, so let's let it do that. ASPI for DAWs will not help here, Grant Tyler. Please, like, we are dealing, the fact of the matter is, for this to be a useful thing, the system needs to be able to boot off this drive. I can't just have it as an external. So ASPI for DAWs will not help here. No, that driver is only needed if you're trying to use more than 2 hard drives, 1 hard drive or a CD-ROM drive, or you're using a ROM-less SCSI controller, none of which is relevant in this case. If the system cannot see it as a normal hard drive, it is not usable for my purpose. FDisk would show it. FDisk would show it as I would have an additional option, see additional fixed drives. That doesn't help, Grant. I literally, if I'm going to use a SCSI controller, I need all of it to be a SCSI controller. It's not a mix or match here. Yeah, I think the DBA is stepping on something. Like, this looks happy to me. Like, if there was something more fundamentally problematic, I would assume, because right now the way the option ROMs load is that something is probably uninstalling the int13 handler. Like, if I installed the ASPI driver, I'd probably actually see it. Like, I do have that on a disk. Let me grab it. Like, I know for a fact, like, if we put the ASPI driver on here, and I might, like I said, I'm going to let the verify run. But I do think the ESDI drive is actually causing interference, which means I'm gonna have to pull the drive. We tried DAWs 6 and it didn't help. I want to let it run the verify regardless. And I'm sorry I'm a little late. Federico Bozzi, thank you from Italy. Thank you for watching me from Italy. Italy is one of the few countries in Europe I have not been to. One of the easy ones, anyway. I don't have another machine on hand that can... I have the 486, but the 486 has enough problems on its else that... Like, there's no point in putting a SCSI card in this system if I can't use it with this system. This literally is the system that I need to use it with. Like, the entire point is to get this 286 working. And I'm sorry if I sound a little short, but very specifically, it doesn't help me if this SCSI card works in a different system, because it needs to work in this system, and it would need to work as the solo boot device. Yep. Welcome to the 7-hour and 40-minute mark on this live stream. Like, we've made a lot of headway on this system, but it is fighting me every bit of the way. So this verify seems okay. The IBM SCSI adapter, well, I'm not sure they ever made a 16-bit one, though. Like, I know they made an MCA one, but I don't know if they ever made a SCSI one. But I know this drive is good. This drive has been used in my Sun station. And I know how this would work properly. Like, I know these... The thing is, I know how the BIOS works. I literally have written hard drive drivers from scratch. It's faster and easier to pull the EDSI drive and let it float. I don't know how this system behaves with a floating EDSI drive, though. Yeah. Grant, you're not wrong, but what you're suggesting will not actually help me in the slightest. Like, if I get the 486 out and I plug it in, sure. I mean, the 486 even has built-in SCSI. I wouldn't even have to throw the card in there. But that doesn't tell me anything, because if DAWs doesn't show a second hard drive, that means that int13 hard drive 81 is not pinned out. It means it's set to 0, which tells me that it's an option ROM problem, Testing in a different machine will not give me any relevant information. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I have not seen anything that suggests my hypothesis is wrong. Like, I am willing to accept that I could be wrong about that, and I'm going to look like a big idiot. But if the option ROM is getting overridden, that means the system can't start from that drive, which means there's a bigger problem. Now, if I put the ASPI driver on the system, which I've got on the floppy disk that's sitting in there, or it should be there, question mark, then that would suggest that it's, again, a boot ROM problem, because some SCSI drives have to be loaded from DAWs. Others have to be booted, can start the system cold with an option ROM. Okay. Yeah, that's what the option ROM does. The option ROM hooks int13 and then makes the SCSI hard drive show up as a standard MFM or IDE hard drive. That's how it works. All right, Sad Mac, get some good sleep. We're literally in. So I looked with system SYSINFO. It's showing that the SCSI the int13 hook is in DAWs. That may or may not be relevant, but it's a note. Like, I would assume it would be an option ROM, but it may or may not be. Okay. Okay, just run this verify. Verify is fine. All right, let me spin down. Let me put the advanced diagnostic disk in. Let's prepare the system for moving. Actually, before we do that, let me grab. I will test the ASPI drivers. Actually, I am curious if this will even start. Like, I've never tried. DapTech. Seagate drive. Yeah, that's what I expected. When you try and start Windows 95 on a 286, it just stops. The ESDI drive, which I'll never be able to find a replacement for, is not healthy. No, I will probably use both drives, but I want to make sure I have options available should I need them. Yeah, that's my fear, is that I won't be able to boot off the SCSI drive as long as the ESDI drive is in here. Yeah, so there's ASCPI for DAWs. I actually do have, I didn't even think about that. I do have 3 zip drives. One of them probably works. I could even use a SCSI. I actually have SCSI zip disks. I didn't even think about that. Or SCSI zip drives. I'd have to dig the adapters out for it, but I'm going to try this. I'm certain this will probably work, but it's not going to be useful because I won't be able to use this under OS 2. Oh, right, because Well, the thing is that this machine was sold in a 2 floppy disk configuration, so it should be able to handle there being no ESDI drive there. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get really clever. But the thing is that the fixed disk utility has an there is a setup program. I think we can disable the drive once it's no longer in there. So once I disconnect the drive, I can run the startup disk. That will disable the built-in one, and that will probably let it run off SCSI. Okay, let me grab the right lines for this. I don't remember which one of these it has to be. I think it's... All right, let's see if the ASPI driver helps. Like, it's still not... It at least tells the SCSI card is working, but it's not super helpful. I think it just crashed. Yeah, that did exactly what I thought it was going to do. I would need a period correct driver for this to work, which may or may not exist. Yep. It crashed. All right, let's try a different one. Like, there was a reason I didn't want to do that, but okay. Okay, let me edit that so I can put the other ones there. That is not the disk I need. Boot disk. If I was a boot disk, where would I be? I would be there. I don't know. Let me edit config.sys to debrick the system, and then I will tell you. Okay. See what that does. I have my doubts, but we'll see. That only work. That doesn't. Does F5 work on DAWS 5? I thought that was a DAWS 6 feature. Okay. ASCII for DAWs installed, so let's run fdisk. Yeah, it doesn't even see it. Yeah, that did exactly what I thought it was going to do, which was nothing useful. Like, I knew that wasn't going to help. Because if the option ROM is being overridden, that tells me that something more fundamentally bad is happening. So let me just put this under advanced diagnostics. Let me disconnect the internal drive. Because I just want to, like I said, I don't know if it's actually needed, but I want to hit the prepare system for moving button. Okay. All right. Let that drive spin down. Okay, ESDI drive is now unplugged. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, I am going to need the system startup disk for this, because the configuration now has changed, so I'm going to have to run the startup disk. That's the external drive spinning up. There we go, startup disk. It's a good thing we replaced the Dallas module today. Alright. Chat, remind me to buy a belt. Set configuration. The configuration of your fixed drive has changed. View configuration. But see, now it says fixed drive installed, but I'm betting it's going to see the external now. Okay. Let's see what we see. Actually, I don't need this disk in here. I need a different disk in here. I'm just using a Glitchworks board. Like, if you search Glitchworks Dallas replacement, you'll find it. Or you'll be able to look at the VOD. Does it see a fixed disk? No partitions defined. I think it sees a fixed disk of some sort. Let me... There's no file system. Like, I could probably nuke this disk and it'd be fine. I just kind of... I don't actually know what's... Like, I'm near certain this is either Solaris or Next Step that we did on a previous stream. I just don't know if I really want to wipe it. Like, I'm pretty close to dead. Here, let me put this one in and let's just see what it gets seen. Yeah. Yeah, like, now because it's saying int 80, yeah, so I'm not going to be able to use the ESDI drive and a SCSI drive at the same time, which sucks. Like, that is probably the worst case scenario. I shouldn't say it's the worst case scenario because I can work with this, but it is really, really irritating. And if I try to format a 2 gigabyte drive on this system, we'd be here for a very long time. I don't really want to nuke. Like, the other drive has to be low leveled. Yeah, no, look, it sees it. Hard drives, it's seeing a 2 gigabyte hard drive. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. So that is an option. That is an option. Let me switch to the other view so you can all see it better. Yeah, that is a legitimate option here. I'm thinking SCSI to SD or rotary or an actual spinning Rust SCSI drive then is the way to go. Well, no, I was right in my hypothesis that the entire problem was the built-in SCSI drive was interfering. Not the built-in EDSI drive. It's not that I want to run both at the same time. It's more, would be nice. I'd like to use the EDSI drive with some things, but I don't think that's going to be viable. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I'm not going to lie. That is actually quite annoying. Can I do anything? Yeah, so drive C is available. It doesn't see it because the hard drive is not partitioned. Like, again, that's next step is on that hard drive. Did I not change the view or... Oh, I guess the stream has not caught up yet. Okay. Yeah, so it does see it. I don't know what to make of that, because that's annoying. It's not end of the world annoying, but it is annoying, because a 2 gigabyte hard drive is kind of an anchoristic for this time period. I probably can't mount a SCSI drive in there, and this enclosure is not a good one to have a hard drive in permanently. No, it's only going to be able to use one or the other. I already can see how this works, because if we go back into the startup diskette, like if I boot off the startup diskette, yeah, I'm going to call it here. We're at the 8-hour mark. We can definitely, I'm going to call it here in a bit. You can't run Linux on a 286 with 512 kilobytes of memory. The goal of this stream was to get my IBM PS2 mostly started, or I shouldn't say started. Less broken is, I guess, the word I'm going to go with. Yeah, because we go here under, it says fixed disk installed, which means it's seeing the SCSI drive is a fixed disk, which, I mean, okay. I've got a lot of other issues I need to resolve in this machine before I'm really going to worry about it. Like, at this point, I have to solve... Before I can do anything with this machine, I have to fix the total amount of memory. Like, I need at least 2.5 megabytes. I ideally need 4. And if I'm greedy, I want 12. Once I've got the memory sorted out, I can decide how I want to handle my storage. I'm thinking a blue SCSI will probably be the way to go here. I am waiting for ideas. I'm waiting for the chat latency to catch up. But I think this is a good stopping point. Like, I'm waiting because you're a few minutes behind me. So I'm going to wait until 5:05, and then I think I'm going to wrap the stream up. We've been working on this for 8 hours, so... Yeah, I got to reclaim this table. I got to reclaim part of my apartment. 100 or 250 would be more than enough for what I need. I would prefer to use a period correct SCSI drive. I just have to, like, The drive that came out of the next station would actually be probably perfect for this. It's just my enclosure kind of sucks. The problem is my drive enclosure doesn't have the mounting rails, so the drive just kind of sits there loosely. If I could fit the drive in here and I can make it secure, which I don't know if I can, that would work as well. Or I just go with a blue SCSI. I haven't decided. I mean, I think we can get away with using that ESDI drive, though. Like, knowing that the SCSI is an option, though, is very useful for things like Next Step and such. So, I'm probably just going to keep using this ESDI drive for now, but that... An XT IDE is not an IDE-compatible hard drive. It will not work with a protected mode operating system. If it is plugged in to an IDE... anything XT will not give you an IDE interface. If you have a compact flash to ATA adapter, that will show up properly. All right, yeah, I think I'm going to wrap this up here. So, Elks would run on this. Elks can run on 256 kilobytes of memory. All right. So I'm waiting for the questions to come in. Yeah, I'll give it another minute or so before we actually shut down. So, yeah, we learned a lot here. We still got a lot to do. Basket case computer is basket case. Once the memory... The 30-pin SIMs should actually be in my mailbox, so maybe I will work on that this week. I either have to desolder... Are these... Like, let me look at these. Are these surface mount? Yeah, these are surface mount. Like... I'd have to replace the dead memory stick in here, and yeah, that won't work. We have to upgrade the amount of memory to 4 megabytes. We know the ESDI drive is actually I'll run Disk Doctor on it in a few days, and we'll see if there's other problems with it. You know, actually, that's how we'll end it off. Let me shut this down. Let me shut that down. Let me plug the ESDI drive back in, and we'll just run Disk Doctor. That's how we'll end the stream. And let me make sure my jeans are... Yeah, I've lost like 6 pounds since New Year's, so that's nice. So let me plug the ESDI drive back in. I'm going to leave the SCSI drive off, so this will boot off. This should now boot off the internal drive. I may want what's in there? Yeah, Start disk is in there. I might put. I probably will put a GoTech in here regardless. I just need the PS2 adapter for it, because I would like to test a couple of things with it. Yeah, no INT13H devices. That's fine. It's just a CTAC drive. It's not CTAC, a Seagate drive. I forgot the model number. I'd have to open it up again. Yep, and that's fine. So what I want to do, like the last thing we are going to do is I just want to run Disk Doctor one last time. I want to see if this hard drive is continuing to fail. I mean, I'm thinking from a convenience point of view, it is probably going to just end up being a SCSI drive. Like I just think it's going to be a blue SCSI, but I'm not certain. Yeah, I can imagine a go to. Well, AIX won't work on this system. It's a 386, which I didn't realize at first. If I was to do Xenix, that will definitely, like, I don't, like, finding it on 3.5-inch discs as is going to be annoying. So. Yeah, we're just going to end this off with Disc Doctor. And then I'm going to call it. Like, I might even go get a bagel. I haven't gotten bagels in ages. Okay, first hard drive. Like, if this has lost more sectors, then I know this drive is shot. If it hasn't, then we're probably okay. Yeah, prompt before repairing, because I want to know if it's going to be... That has a lot of dead sectors. That is a lot of dead sectors. But look how much faster it is. Okay. But no more sectors are dying. Yeah. I don't know if I actually have to park the heads on this system, but I'm just going to get into the habit of doing it. If you saw the earlier surface scan, the first surface scan we ran on this system took a long time. Yeah, well, we have no additional failing sectors, so that's probably a good sign. And I can actually tell that the chat is lagged nearly a full minute behind real time. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So as long as the drive doesn't get any worse, I don't think we have to actually replace it with a SCSI drive. At least not yet. But I think on that note, this has been your host, NCommander. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, please consider supporting the channel. Either with a super chat or ideally coffee or Patreon. Until next time, I'll see you when I see you. All right. Bye-bye.